So 1 minute, we're going live to YouTube. So for all the students that would like to share with your families, we are live. I'm going to turn it. I just turn it off because I cannot see. Yeah, we're live. I'm going to copy the link for those of you that came in afterwards, so everybody can share this link. That's a link for the live for all the students. Okay, so I think that we have all the stuff. Okay, now we go by our backgrounds. Thank you, Jonathan. So now we begin. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Our final review for onWeaving, the vertical studio that I taught this semester with Jonathan Warner. I don't know to what side is this. Say hi, Jonathan.
Hello, everyone.
So, you know, this has been, you know, as I think that most of you are faculty, you know how strange times that we're living right now. But, you know, I think that even though all the kind of complications and all of the issues that are affecting the world, not only us, I think the students have created amazing work that they're going to present today. So thank you so much for joining us, for spending the time this morning with us, or afternoon for some of you. So I'm going to begin by introducing the class, and then I'm going to introduce our amazing guest. So the studio this semester is titled onWeaving, and it's titled onWeaving as an homage, I would say, to in particular Annie Albers and the work that she had developed during her time at the Bauhaus, later on at Black Mountain College, and in her own work. But it was important to kind of revisit, you know, some of the elements. And onWeaving also is the title of her book, which has kind of collapsed it into a single word. But we look at this in order to kind of unravel a technique that is as ancient as it gets. So, you know, a few quotes from her, you know, that idea of also for us, for the students that are kind of working at home, students that are working with kind of reduced means of fabrication and production. All the studios that I've been teaching for many years have been really reliant on fabrication and kind of advanced processes of you know, of kind of model making. So we had to go back to something that they could do at home. So kind of looking back at an ancient and quite analog medium of fabrication, it was important for us, you know, during these times. So also the idea that, you know, this class is very reliant on process. Students are going to tell you their process. They're going to tell you from the beginning, from the first drawing that they've done. They have created books that you will see on Miro, but the idea that process is always present in all their work, and many times they go back to an earlier drawing and then recalibrate their work to where they're going or how they're advancing. And another thing that it has to do with this class, it has to do with, you know, with kind of the role of, I would say, the woman within our profession. Just looking through Annie Albers and the you know, her experience at the Bauhaus. If you look at this, and I'm going to read the quote: "Brilliant young women were drawn to the Gropius-led Bauhaus with dreams of becoming architects, only to be informed falsely that weaving was the only appropriate discipline for women. However, architecture loss was textile's gain, and this is, as it turned out, was a tremendous gift to 20th century textile and put Annie Albers firmly into the premier ranks of celebrated modernists." So I would like to mention that no architect woman graduated from the Bauhaus. So all my years of appreciating the Bauhaus kind of came down in a single day, collapsed. Nobody was led into the architectural department, and most of them were sent into the kind of weaving department. So how can we elevate? These are the women, not only from weaving department, but you see some actually could made it like Marian Brandt to the metalwork department. It was very difficult as well. So that idea that women were kind of isolated to a single discipline. So we are recovering that discipline. We're also presenting the elements of that discipline that for us are relevant and how they become architectural. We literally, we go into the architecture department, in the 2021, 100 years later. The class is set up as chapters. The book is the basis of this class. And every few weeks, the students move on to different chapters. They began with notations, they move on to texture, then the prop, which is the kind of building type. They move into a place, a field, which is the program, and finally the plates that are the renders. Notation, of course, began with that idea of the kind of draft, the warp and the weft as the basis. Students even drew hand-drawn warp and weft notations in black and white in order to kind of derive a basis of a kind of a textile, and set up that as earlier models. In parallel, I would say the contemporary reference that we look at, other than Albert's, is the work of Hela Jongerius, who is actually opening an exhibition, amazing exhibition next week, all based on weaving. So it's really, really amazing. I'm going to put it in the chat that she's developing. So what we did with the students is that not only we did analog notation diagrams, but also we did laser cut models. Every student bought a paper yarn that would shred or yarn. So all the students created kind of homemade laser cut machines and started working on earlier studies on weaving with paper. The paper models, this is again a reference to Hela Jongerius, who all the time talks about the work of Annie Albers. And for us, those paper models, and you will see references like this throughout the studio, were important because they moved the project towards a kind of tectonic finish, from the weaving, the kind of the kind of earlier studies onto kind of an architectural resolution. The next chapter had to do with texture. So the paper weaving gave notation and a structure, but we also wanted texture because, how we can kind of advance that problem of yarn, within architecture. What are the elements? This is how also Albers talks about texture within her book. So students bought looms. These are similar to the ones that they use for kids. I mean, they're really small looms, like, I don't know, 8.5 by 11, something like that. And they had to learn how to weave. That was, the students will show you their looms or their weavings, but the loom also has an intrinsic structure. It's very geometric, it's very axial because it's an X and Y only. So how you can develop patterns that can challenge that, what type of materials you start to use, and how that, talks about an architecture. All of this, even though it doesn't seem related to the discipline, as if it's a parallel to the discipline, for us, it's always a filter through architecture. Our prop is the basis of this project, and I call it a prop because it's like it's like ready-made, almost as if it's a ready-made. This is an example from Hela and Bernd Becker of their studies of gasometers that were present earlier, the earlier part of last century throughout many cities. This was the way that you would bring light. And now they're monuments, they're abandoned monuments. So we look at one in particular that is in Buenos Aires, in Argentina. We unfolded that gasometer, and the gasometer gave us a notation grid. It's like almost as if the gasometer had an intrinsic notation or graph. The way that the loom has, the way that the graph paper works. So we look at that in particular, how we kind of merge the two. This gasometer cannot be destroyed, cannot be transformed. It's there. It's more expensive for the government to convert it into something. So it's just simply, kind of an obsolete machine. We look at also programmatically of how we could add program to that, either as an adjacent tower or within the project. Every student did the same, different projects. Our place is Buenos Aires. For those of you that know Buenos Aires, and many of our guests are from Buenos Aires, this gasometer stands there really tall in a kind of in a really low context. It's next to a freeway, which will be like the 405 of Buenos Aires, General Paz. This is, a main artery for the city. It divides the province to the city. So actually the gasometer is on the side of the province and not on the city. And so that kind of role of this machine, and it's standing towards the horizontal land. So how we look at the gasometer was part of, how we engage with the gasometer, how we could dress, how we could develop a project with the gasometer, and also think of it for its context, for its landscape. Our project brief, it's a field, it's a hydroponic farm. We imagine that European countries do museums inside of gasometers. In a country like Argentina, it would be impossible to think that you can give air conditioner to like this machine, which is just a heat inside. So a program that would deal with the future of agriculture and at the same time deal with the obsolescence of an interior space that is a void. We thought that the hydroponic farm, which is quite raw in terms of its requirements, yet is quite productive in terms of what it can produce, what it can give you. And the fact that there's land that is open land in the middle of the city allows us to kind of really rethink the notion of farm. Program is not fundamental to the studio. The program works as a narrative rather than a brief. So for us, we weave the program with our weaving studies. So again, so how that becomes. If you haven't seen previous years, the way that the studios work last year, and this particular Jonathan was a student last year, this is some of his work, we deal with the content of paint. So there's always something that comes out of the discipline, engages with the discipline, and rethinks how we can bring to architecture novel ideas. So with that, I'd like to begin. By introducing our jury. And on Zoom, what we discover is that the best way also for our guests that are looking at YouTube right now is that to identify our guests. So I'm going to go through the list. And thank you so much for joining us today. Mashida Al-Hinai. Mashida, thank you for joining us. You can say a brief introduction, that would be amazing.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me first. I'm an artist, designer, hybrid, kind of working in Oman currently, and I also sometimes teach studios at Kent State.
Mashida was a SCIARC student also. She had an amazing thesis. I don't know, Mashida, how many years ago? I'm kind of already a blur, but amazing thesis. Thank you so much for joining us. Neil Denari is joining us from across the city, UCLA.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good to be here. I'm a professor at UCLA and a LA architect. Look forward to the review.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you so much for joining us. Kutan Ayata, who's soon to be LA.
Oh, already LA.
Citizen. LA, you are here. Oh.
I am here, finally.
Welcome to LA.
Thank you, Florence. Thank you for the invitation. Associate professor at UCLA, one half of Young and Ayata, and now LA resident.
Yes, exactly. Soon will you'll be live in SCI-Arc reviews. Yes. We'll exchange reviews. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
Analia Saban.
Good morning. So I'm an artist. I do a lot of weaving, so I'm so happy to be here. I have films at the studio. Maybe some of you have been to my studio before. If not, you're welcome to come. But weaving has been part of my practice maybe for the last 5 years, and in every way of the word, not just the craft, but also conceptually the meaning, what it means for the history of computers, and so on. Anyway, it's nice to be here.
Thank you, Analia. I mean, our weaving looms are like, nothing compared to the machine that Analia has in her studio. It looks like something come out of a Da Vinci studio with computers connected to amazing. So, I think it would be wonderful if we can do, when we're live, the students can come and see the studio. Hernan Diaz Alonso.
Hey, good morning. Pleasure to be here.
So Hernan Diaz Alonso, he's the SCI-Arc director, and currently he just finished one of the vertical studios as well yesterday. I think they had the final review. Thank you so much for joining us. Also to notice, we have a few Argentinians here, Analia, originally from Argentina, Hernan, Agustin and Julian also. So we have a lot of people that have seen the site many times. Our next guest, Mira Henry. I'm just looking at my list. Mira, hi Mira.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm faculty at SCIARC, architect, partner of current interests here in LA.
Thank you for joining us, Mira. Thank you so much. Julian Varas, direct from Buenos Aires.
Hello, Florencia. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm an architect and full-time faculty at Universidad Torcuato Di Tella School of Architecture and Urban Studies here in Buenos Aires. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Julian. Also, Julian saw midterm review. So, same as Agustina, who's our last, the last one in the list. Hi, Agustina. The one that has the AA. The last.
Well, hello everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I also studied at SCIARC, graduated there from Architectural Technologies, taught there for a year. I was living in LA. Now back in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I'm teaching at University of Buenos Aires and Universidad de los Andes in Colombia remotely. So nothing, super happy to be here and see all these amazing results.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Agustina, for coming back. Thanks, everybody. And we're going to begin with our first student, who's Futun. Hi, Futun. She's going to share a screen, and then we're going to discuss over Miro.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Futun. I'm going to be presenting my client. I'll share my screen. Okay, this is actually my last image, but I'm going to show you where it all started. The image to the right is where my project started. When we started weaving the paper that was done in the early phases of the studio as a 2D notation and pattern, this allowed me to understand its physicality as a physical mesh. And that is what I wanted to convert into an architectural resolution. The idea of the mesh came from the technique of weaving, was introduced in different scales, which allows for an airy open facade that allows air and natural sunlight to enter, specifically and specially that the building is programmed as agricultural and hypotonic farming. We started the studio in a black and white notation, where those were earlier studies of different patterns, along with their paper models. This was the chosen pattern I moved forward with. It is mostly vertical and linear. The use of loom allowed me to understand the difference between the paper being more strict, while the loom allows for more freedom due to its material sensibility. The pattern being projected on the unfolded elevation of the tower allowed me to start visualizing possible ways of incorporating the weave into the design. With the project being in Argentina and having a big site around, this introduced the weaving on the landscape level as well, where the weaving extends to the ground. As the orthographic nature was always present from the notation to the paper models and finally in the design. The project introduced this idea of mesh in various portions as shown, sometimes to produce open, transparent meshes, other times through structural weaving, of the columns through the facade, as well as having weaves on the ground to create ground condition. The building is divided into 3 masses. The first mass to the left is programmed as terrace gardens that overlook different floors. Then the gazometer as a second mass. It introduces the concept of weaving through the vertical hypotonic farming that weaves through the floor of the ramp system. The building is designed to collect water rain from the roof of the gazometer where it's sloped, and the space in between the mesh, the second facade system, and the actual facade, the double layer, allows for pipes to take the rainwater down and be stored into the water tanks, and then pumped back up through the pipes to water the plants. Finally, the last mass is more private for farming, where visitors can only access the floors where the floor extends to the gazometer. Also, the roof deals with the solar power system, and the energy is stored in the generators underground. The 3 masses are connected through entrances from various floors to allow for a smooth and easier circulation. As for the exterior, the building deals with 3 scales of weaving: micro, medium, and macro. The first massing to the left is the micro scale, where the weaving creates a transparent, delicate mesh. The second massing deals with a double skin condition, where it creates an in-between space for piping the water to water plants. And finally, the third massing deals with the macro scale, where the columns actually weave through the outer facade of the building. The main entrance to the building extends from the ground level and weaves through the vertical columns of the for the visitors to physically experience the weave, to allow for a phenomenological experience going up. And finally, the weaving is also introduced and extended on the landscape level to define and divide the landscape into different fields for farming. Thank you. I will leave you with a quick animation of the project to conclude. Florence, do you want to?
Thank you, Futun. Yes, I'll share now my mirror board. Okay, excellent. So I'll just navigate as the comments go through with the critics. Thank you, Futun. Thank you for presenting. Great work.
I'll just start by saying, Futun, this is great. My favorite views personally of your project are the interior shots, or like the sectional cuts where we start to see how the weaving really intertwines with your kind of biophilic architecture, or not necessarily the architecture itself, but the shrubs that you have really woven into the space. I think that really works great with your project. And also these kind of messier views you have of the loom, where you're kind of in the process where the weave is really loose. I think it really works in your project where you have these pieces coming apart and creating kind of loose moments, and then where they're more tight, creating more structural pieces. One thing that your project reminded me of, actually, I don't know if you've looked into her work. She's actually an Argentinian artist as well. She creates these huge rugs. I'll have to paste a link in the chat, that are kind of like artificial fungi or shrubs, or kind of green earth. And I think some of that I can see in your project, especially in on the interior, but I would like to see more of this loose form happening on the exterior as well, where maybe you don't use these pieces of yarn as tightly as they're kind of creating like this triangular pattern on your courtyard, but there are moments where it starts to come apart and become loose and create more organic, sort of seamless structures. But great project overall. I'll leave a link in the chat with the artist that I was referencing.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll just jump in with a short comment. Thank you for your presentation, Futun. I liked very much your work. My first impression was that somehow what's going on with the ground, your treatment of the ground of the ground that surrounds the big cylinder. There's a moment of great freedom there that I appreciate very much, and I was wondering perhaps if that freedom that you're experimenting with on the ground might have not been also applied to some of the treatment of the interiors, and perhaps also to some of the treatment of how you relate the weaving pattern or the new skin applied to the building with the new structures. So yeah, that's my. It's a very short and kind of not a very global perhaps assessment, but you know that seems like an interesting question to me.
So the idea was to keep the facade like more orthogonal, because like, you know, like working with paper and loam, you always work with the x-axis and the y-axis, and then the ends are usually where you can like actually do things that are kind of a bit not orthogonal. So that's what happened in the project.
I had a question. Is the textile or fabric on the exterior of the building structural, or is it just a skin and there's another structure operating?
It's mostly more like a skin, and sometimes there's more like another structure. On the one to the left, it's kind of structural. It's like thick columns that like holds up the mass. On the right side, there's like vertical structures on the interior.
Were you operating super specifically on what was structural and not structural, or kind of engineering it as you go?
More like engineering it as we go.
So one side of the building would have a structural frame, and the other side the skin with the thick members.
Yes.
Whether it's wood or painted steel, that becomes the structure. And why did you choose to employ both techniques?
Well, the two mastings, they operate differently in terms of program. The one to the left is mostly public. The one to the right is semi-public. So there are floors where visitors can enter that like connects to the gasometer. Other floors are like private for farming purposes, but they can still be viewed from the other floors.
I was just going back to review in super fast format Semper's snippet on weaving in the 4 books, and saying architecture begins only with weaving, and when you add certain elements to it, structural elements, then the weaving ceases to exist in that pure state and becomes, let's say, a wall. And so thinking about a structure for which a woven structure would be supportive, a simple primitive hut or something based on the nature of forces, is obviously, you know, that's the long history of how textile or fabric, which would be, you know, used for a self-supporting structure like a shirt or a cloth, which has a frame on which it's hung. And then when the weaving gets things added to it. And of course, we think about rebar, for instance, right? Rebar gets actually woven, tied together, then you pour the concrete around it. And the rebar submits and makes another material, you know, stiff and so forth. And so the relationship between structure and decoration, and then, you know, you think of other architects like Sullivan dealing with forms of decoration that looked like they were almost structural, or the use of certain materials today like ductile, lightweight concrete, where you can make a woven surface appear structural. Maybe this is a general question, and it's the first project, as to what the agendas were for each student, you know, vis-a-vis that, and whether or not that's part of the discussion, or whether it's a discussion about affect, or a discussion about image, or something like that. To, you know, maybe if each student could be upfront about those things, so we might tailor the conversation that way, because I don't want to send the conversation into like an engineering-based examination of the work. But it's more just a question about the overall way in which the transposition of, let's say, cloth, let's say I'm thinking through Semper, turns into knots, and knots turn into joints, and joints turn into frames and space frames and things like that, and when it's one versus the other.
I would say, Neil, as a response to that from the studio perspective, I think if we had a longer semester, we would have advanced. As you saw, the studio didn't begin with that. It started with, you know, a bit of an abstraction, and then moving, and then heavily technical, because we use a script to create the finer mesh, and then, right, you know, a drawing to create the thicker mesh. So I think that I would say that would be the aim, but it didn't stop the students from advancing, you know, the kind of the ideas. So I would say it's not the center of the class, but students should be able to answer, you know, how they see this evolving.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, I think just this, again, being the first project, there may be two observations I have, which I'm imagining is going to follow us rest of the morning, is the potential of weaving that something oscillates between almost flat and perhaps very deep, especially if it's operating on the facade, something that begins to really put pressure on the notions of poche when it comes to the building. And through that operation, in the way it begins to kind of shift tension within the material, and whatever that material might be, that its ability to be exact against the form that it's surrounding, or perhaps be inexact in the way it begins to adhere to the volumetric definition that resides behind. Right now, it seems like perhaps there's a decision on a geometry that's behind that constitutes, let's say, the building volume geometry form, whatever we want to call it, but kind of acts of weaving in and out of plane across that volume, but also out towards, let's say, the urban environment, begins to put a lot of pressure on how we understand that facade. Now, I think, like in an image like this, I know this is a kind of image mapping, so it renders the facade very thin. But looking at the reverse side of it, there's a suggestion of a completely different understanding of what a building envelope can be, in the way these kind of thinning and thickening can begin to produce more exaggerated on the right, and perhaps very flat on the left. I find that super interesting within the conception of a singular building, how one could kind of really make these shifts through the technique of weaving, depending on material's ability to kind of take other forms than, typically how we associate. It would be kind of interesting to see if students can also talk about, like, what is the actual performance of an implied materiality that might come from this? Are we talking about aluminum panels? Are we talking about colored concrete? Are we talking about other possibilities? I think that would help to imagine perhaps even other ways of inhabiting what's being proposed. But I'm kind of really fascinated, especially with this image of three very kind of simple geometries coming together, beginning to move beyond, let's say, their Platonic geometric definitions to other possible readings and sensations.
I think I will also jump in, and I love the reference, by the way, the Alexandra Keyayoglu. I think it's really quite interesting. Your take on weaving in a way from a more naive point of view, because it is your first time weaving, but there is something so refreshing about it, right? I mean, the fact that I feel like you're weaving with the building itself. I mean, there is an image where like it's almost like you took, you know, the floors of the building and incorporated them into the weaving instead of just using, you know, the weaving material. You're weaving with flowers, or you're weaving with plants, you're weaving with the building itself. I mean, I think in that top left corner, like you're weaving with the actual building. And I think then the plants also are part of the weaving and the structure. There is something really organic and beautiful. And I mean, who knows what architecture will look like in the future, but, you know, with all these issues we're facing in terms of global warming and so on, I feel like, you know, the landscape and the greenery has to be more incorporated. And I just copied a book I just read. I mean, it's really a pretty famous book by now. It's called Braving Sweetgrass, and it is about, you know, the Native American practice of weaving, and, you know, appreciating weaving from like it's such a basic thing, right? Like to put just pieces of things together, but it can give the structure for everything. And you just gave such a good example that it can almost build a building just by weaving. So I think it's very fresh project. I mean, it's really, weaving can be so traditional and so seen in like such a crafty traditional manner, and it can also be seen as something that can open up so many possibilities. And I feel for you it's the latter. So I think it's really fresh and interesting to see.
Thank you.
I mean, I agree. I think that the project feels very like live, you know, it doesn't feel overcooked, and the kind of immense amount of you're using makes it very sort of like multiple worlds in a world, to the point of, let's say, process, and maybe going back to the question of structure. My sense is that there is a little, maybe some missed opportunities when thinking about what it means to be weaving in and out with those building plates. And I keep wondering whether or not, you know, the minute you like unroll, I love the diagram that Florencia suggested, sort of unrolling the existing facade and sometimes weaving it and then rolling it back on or something. And I think at that moment, it makes me wonder, like in this image here, the second piece, the piece that's kind of coming off of it, how there's a sort of assumption that it's going to that it kind of grows floor plates either from the existing building or somehow appear. And I wonder whether or not the kind of relationship of this sort of kind of rolled back on kind of thick weave couldn't be hanging or kind of slumping on something else, or that there would be some shift in the way that some indication of weight, some indication of posture once this new thing comes on, maybe not on the existing form, but on the forms that sort of now grow off of it. They all seem very kind of like stout and vertical, and in all of the like the kind of the work of that sort of heavy surface on one side, even though the light side is light, it still has weight, right? It seems like it's all happening kind of in a very narrow field, what the sort of the reposturing. And I think that it would be kind of beautiful to imagine a bit more of a sort of reaction, that the floor plates on the right side, or the floor plates in some ways they could kind of be looser, or there'd be new kinds of structure that pull it down. So this other thing could like have a bit, the kind of exterior weave could work both structurally, but also as a sort of looser skin. So that's maybe a way of maybe returning to some of the questions that Neil was suggesting about what is this tectonically and how, and I like the idea that it could be all things, right? It's not one thing or another. It's not a sort of pile up, but that there is, I think in that sense, would need to be an idea about maybe a slightly more autonomous ideas about structure, and then how this weaving kind of substitutes sometimes and then kind of hangs onto a sort of an autonomous structure at other times.
Quick, I know we have to move on, but to build on what Mira's saying, which I think she's raising a couple of interesting points. I think your project is super, to me, is super good in the literal and the way that it's scaled. And I was fascinated with the same image that Futun was mentioning. But I like what Mira was saying in terms of how the weaving can start to go beyond that and start to push and produce other qualities. What I want to point out is it's interesting what it could do in the ground. I mean, one issue that I have with your project, I think it can go further, is, I don't know, there are two things I'm thinking. One, I don't know, the power of the weaving, what you're doing to the building, it may be more powerful than if the ground was more neutral, or if the ground would really take on the weaving and start to produce other qualities there. So there is something there that to me, it can go further. Like I think is as I said, the literal component about how you change the scale from the exercises into the building, I think is super good. But I wonder what it will do if it became something more like a kind of a more monomaniac thing. You know, like you really start to invade interiors and the floor plates start to become part of the weaving, but also the ground. I don't know about the ground, if you want the weaving or you want the ground to be more neutral. There is something about the power of the autonomy of the object, which I'm not so sure the operating in the ground help that clarity. But in terms of the envelope, I'm really fascinated by the variation of the scale that you get out of it. And somebody was talking about the tectonics and the material. I'm very intrigued also the idea of the literal, the material of that, this idea that the weaving can have a certain decay, and maybe it will be much less durable materials, and this will change over time. And because you're integrating nature, that eventually nature can start distort or mutate the weaving, and it will become something over time. So I don't know, there is something really interesting about a good weaving, a piece of fabric or a poncho or a blanket, that over time actually to me became more interesting because it started to fade, it started to have certain distortions in it, it started to become more flexible. So there is something about that too, which to be even push further the literal elements of it. Like it really like this will be made out of some kind of a fabric instead to become, I don't know, like metal or any other thing that we would feel that relates more with traditional tectonics.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everybody. I think these are great comments. Futun, thank you for being the first one on such a huge time difference that she has. We're going to move to our next. We're now going to Brazil with Stella. So we have the first students are the students that are not in this country. So thank you, Futun. Stella. Let me stop share and then you present.
Okay. Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Stella. So this project began by examining common weave types and a combination of them. So the first chapter talks about the paper notation and its qualities. I was interested here in the flatness of the shredded paper and its inability to stand by itself, and also the edges between paper weave and just paper stripes, the moments where the weave ends but the stripes continue. In regards to the color used in the project, I was interested in the tranquil pastel color palette of the Impressionist painting by Berthe Morisot, as you can see in the top left image. But when seen next to neon, post-its, and dotted tape, the composition gained contrasting moments of saturation and depth, which were then translated also in the project. So you can see here on the left image, the moment where the weave ends and the shredded paper continues only in one direction, vertically or horizontally. And what is interesting here is that the weave part is very tight, but when it ends, the shredded paper becomes again weavy and flexible. So moving from paper to texture, I begin here looking at the softness and foldable quality of the loom, the contrast between the stiff and soft paper and loom. And perhaps my lack of knowledge and expertise of weaving allowed me to create a very loose and droopy composition. There is a duality here of the straight, rigid paper weave and the bendable, soft quality of the loom weave. And I decided to embrace my weaving floppiness and this idea of something that is loosely and casually standing or even floating. A hanging fabric, quite literally here in these pictures, suspended in the air. And this brings me to the next chapter. So how can I translate this idea that a flat 2D surface has to something three-dimensional? So something that can stand by itself, but still float, something that is rigid, architectural, but also loose and soft, or even something that can be all this by itself, but also wrap its softness around something else, something that is rigid, heavy, and industrial. How can we bring softness to something stiff? Here you can see the first studies of the paper weaving around the gazometer. And this brings me to the next chapter, the place, Buenos Aires. So my research of Buenos Aires came from the movie Medianeras, Sidewalls in English, which illustrates Buenos Aires as a chaotic, unpredictable, but also attractive city. We get to know the city from the very beginning as the film opens with a presentation of Buenos Aires in a montage of shots of buildings. So Buenos Aires is presented as the archetypal modern urban environment with its anonymity where you don't know who lives next door to you, the city of strangers. Buenos Aires is a character here. So next to a very tall building, there is a short one. Next to a French style building, one with no style at all. Next to a rational building, an irrational one. And so on the bottom right image here, I also started to place my building with these irregularities. Next to a soft building, a rigid one. Another hope in the big city that we see in the movie is the beauty of the plants that sprout on walls and buildings, metaphors for uncontrollable life that rises up from the cement with exemplary will. This is also seen in my project. As you see here on the bottom right image, the building weave creates a space for nature. And so nature is the next chapter. So how can nature, the gazometer, and the weaving be connected? On these still images, you see the interior of the gazometer, interior of the weaving, the ground, and the landscape, and its possibilities and moments of nesting nature, weaves. You have a vertical farm, machine-controlled space in between weaves on the first image, the top of a lobby with tomatoes hanging from above. A vertical farmer's market located on the basement, right below the weaving that sticks from the ground. And you walk through this market, you encounter the big open space that looks to the gazometer and the weaving. So here you see the moments of nature interacting with the weave. Nature and the weave almost go in and out of the gazometer and the ground. And this brings me to the last chapter, where we can see the project as a whole in the city of dualities, a big standing weave that wraps around the gazometer. You see here the clear duality of soft and rigid, the weaving and the industrial, the straight and the loose. In this section, you can also see this clear idea of circulation and a promenade of spaces, a horizontal and vertical configuration, machines versus nature. So this is just a quick animation. And so to conclude, you see here that the qualities of the weaving process is present in the building. The weave of the building touches the ground and rises up just like the shredded paper, the paper weave, and the studies model. The stripes moments breaking from the weave brings here opportunities for openings, and it floats on the sky just like a hanging weave. And I'll just finish my presentation with this turntable animation.
Thank you, Stella. That was great. I'm going to share the mirror.
I'll start with Stella. Hi, Stella. How are you? It's great to see how far you've come since the last time I saw your project. I think also your presentation was really nice, very well structured, following each of the chapters of your book, but also I think with a very personal input of how you were seeing each of these proposals or challenges from the studio. I think it's super important when you were talking about how you were working with this this opposition of loose versus rigid and soft versus heavy. That is very, very readable in your project. I think it's doing a great job. I really like how also, even if, and this is also in contraposition with Futun's approach, maybe, that she was very, but she was following this X and Y direction very much. In your case, I don't see it, and I say that in a good way. Like, even if the weaving has this verticality and horizontality embedded in its structure, right? Like, we don't see that here. I think because of the use of the colors, that we don't see these lines going all the way from one side to the other, one from top to bottom. It becomes more like a texture, and it becomes nature in that way. And because of that, and this loose quality of the piece of fabric of your own textile that you created, I think you're also using that in a geometrical way, creating this sort of bumps that you have on your facade. And I think that works really good. And then same thing is happening on the landscape. So there is like a clear connection between one thing and the other one. I wonder why you left the gasometer untouched on the exterior regarding on the facade. But it's not what we see when we see the section, because maybe, I mean, the texture of your intervention, it is actually in the interior, which works really nicely with also the curves that you have inside the building and the section, but you still see like that, the structure of the hydroponic farm. So I think it's very well balanced, but I think my question for you would be why you just left the gasometer untouched on the exterior.
Yeah, so the idea here was to still follow this contrasting duality. So I wanted to still have the gasometer read as the gasometer, but you could also see something else that is wrapping around the gasometer. So you see clear these two distinctions of weaving and gasometer. So that this is why I left part of the gasometer untouched. And when you see in the interior, it kind of looks that the weaving goes inside, but it actually is just interior and exterior.
Yeah, I would agree with some of what Agustina is saying, and I think it's really successful in the sense that your change of scale in the weaving, when you go from the super fine micro scale to more of the larger pieces, I think that's really successful, that you're creating like this balance where you're moving between these scales. But where you do lose me is this edge right here, exactly in this image. I think it's you're right to, you know, leave some of the gasometer untouched, but this kind of edge, it gets a little bit awkward. I think I'm more convinced with the edge at the bottom where it starts to fray and you see kind of the loose forming of the weaving. But then there are moments where it feels almost as if it's intersecting with the gasometer, and I feel like it's less successful in that sense. And I would like to see maybe a bit more thickness or kind of volume, and what does that edge become, and how does that really transform from the tower to the actual gasometer? Another question I have for you is, what are those robotic arms on the inside? Do you imagine this to be constantly weaved on the interior as well? Is it that it's working with the plants and kind of like the farm to kind of weave in the, okay, yeah. If that's the case, that's great in the sense that you're starting to really incorporate the interior. Maybe eventually it will start to leak into the exterior as the plants start to make their way through these woven parts.
I think following on from some of those things and about the nature of 2D versus 3D, and you started out by understanding the flatness of paper and what paper can and can't do. When it's woven, it produces a surface, but otherwise is weak in terms of, you know, being structural. And so if I think about the geometry of weaving, whether it's paper or anything else, in terms of fabric, I think of, you know, a flat sine curve, two sine curves intersecting one another, right? And at a microscopic level, those sine curves turn into cloth. That then the question of, you've got your big sine curves, shall we say, tracking through your atrium, right? So in a way, the scale shift of the imperceptible nature of the weave starts to become, you know, scaled up, and the abstraction, you know, that you can have with the nature of the pattern in terms of the structural implication of the pattern or the spatial implications of the pattern. And then of course, in terms of what we consider to be the pattern, meaning the kind of graphic design of what you get in that, and thinking about textiles on looms, where, as far as I would imagine, the fibers are in the X and the Y, but at the quote unquote architectural levels, you could create your intersections of your strands, you know, on diagonals or themselves in plan on sine curves, and you can have a sine curve in section and a sine curve in plan and do anything that you wanted. So the ideas about, I'm these days interested in the broad conceptual aspect of fringe, from fringe in fashion, which is usually associated with Renaissance luxury, to fringe element, which is an association of non-mainstream, say, political ideas. In the case of architecture, where the linear elements are rough at the top and rough at the bottom. And I think of Tom Main's Fair Tower, the one that didn't get built, that's rough at the top. And I know that Tom did that because he said, I don't want to have a top. I don't want to cut it. I don't want it to end. It needs to be ragged. It needs to be unfinished. You know, that's his modus operandi. So in the nature of how the weaving happens, obviously you, as a fashion designer, you can make clean collars, or you can cut the blue jeans at the bottom, right? And they say something. And I think it's a great point about the nature of the fabric as it intersects the gasometer. At that point, it feels like there was no decision made. And everywhere else where you're deciding whether or not you're gonna tuck it in or leave it ragged, seems to be very, very much about the nature. I don't want the tower to have a top or a bottom. And finally, just going back to the nature of the pattern, you know, if I were working on this project and I didn't want a glitchy Mondrian pattern, then I'd set up a different way in which the weave goes together, and maybe we'll see that. But you get a textile pattern, and how does that, I guess my main question is, how does that particular pattern participate in our perception of the project, apart from reading or making associations with what fringes mean, let's say in my case? Why those colors, why that amount of magenta why the fragmentatious nature of it? Are you breaking down scale? Is it a glitchy texture map agenda, reverse engineered through weaving, etc.?
Yeah, so the idea here was to create a contrast of unsaturated colors. So if you zoom into my first paper weaving models, I actually used very similar shadings of pastel colors. And my idea was to introduce the post-it and dotted tape that were present in my process studies to give contrast and saturation to the overall project. And by introducing them around, not throughout, not in a very fluid way, I was able to create this idea of depth, where you have, like smaller amounts of saturated colors versus a unsaturated, first layer of weaving.
I think a couple things, project triggers. One is looking at that exact slide, Ferencia, I think the upper right image. I think it's important in any given technique of operation that we engage as designers. It's super important to immerse oneself to, what the traditions of that technique is, what the kind of trajectories of what it can be. But also kind of identify ways in which you can break its mold and find ways of breaking its rules in some way. So like the open edges, right? The lines where you begin to maybe stop weaving, but like if you give yourself the opportunity to say, well, these lines don't have to end. These lines can go on to do other things. Like that takes me to this, binary that you establish between, what you've done, what you weaved as a volume next to the gasometer, and leave that kind of, like it's not untouched, but more or less they are kind of pit against one another. And all it does, right, it highlights the difference between them, saying, I'm old, I'm new, I'm gasometer, I'm not, I came later, I was here before. Like it pushes one to immediately think in those terms of comparison. If the desire was to kind of reduce the intensity of what the weaving does towards something else, which could potentially engage like the body of the gasometer, the volume, the geometric definition, like these open ends, right, could perform in other ways beyond what you can do with weaving, let's say, whether they're kind of articulating the tighter geometry of the cylinder, whether they begin to become other appropriations of architectural elements on the surface of the gasometer, carrying color, carrying some definition of a larger surface that begins to accompany the gasometer in some way, turning into another potential that goes beyond the technique, but hopefully kind of producing akin, a relative, some operation outside of it that begins to carry qualities, carry definitions, carry textures, materials across the project to keep it not break in terms of its consistency, but also not necessarily introduce yet, another member in the equation. I think that translation in and out of technique, where you begin to perhaps invent something that's maybe very specific to the moment of operation, right? Begins to produce something very particular for that moment of design. And I think that's where we overcome kind of techniques subjectively, willingly, that it stops being weaving, it starts being, Stella's method. And I think that that's super important because, all of you have been given kind of a technique to operate, and how out of that you begin to insert their own subjectivity becomes super crucial, so it doesn't get stuck as a technique. What's also striking in your work to me at the end when it kind of comes out, I think that image between with the gasometer and the yeah, the one on the right, that one, yeah. Like there's something that feels like the language of how the color operates. I think that's something Neil was calling attention to. That it appears some kind of a code. It appears some kind of language that none of us perhaps understand. Should we understand? Are you sending a message? Is that deliberate in the way it appears in some way? Perhaps an abstracted kind of coded message. And I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying it should be, but I'm fascinated with kind of traditional techniques. We're able to produce language that speak other things' language potentially. And for me, that's like incredibly nice to see.
Oh, yeah, I'll add something to that. I just think it's interesting I think what this project is, I think, increasingly making clear, and perhaps that's my take on things, or maybe that's how you see it, Florencia, or how the students see it as a common thread through the different projects. But clearly, again, I think that there's a moment when you need to move from the technique toward a kind of metaphor that allows you to conceptualize how the new stuff that you're bringing into the game relates to the existing gasometer. And I think in this particular image that we're seeing now, I think it's been pointed out that this kind of emerging intersecting line between the two sort of elements, the new and the existing, seems to bring up, at least for me, seems to bring up that question. There's some kind of there's an apparent type of kind of intersecting two systems that intersect, but perhaps not clearly enough. And on the other hand, the vertical frame speaks about perhaps a different kind of status of the new object. So I think that's how I see it. I think that's somehow not entirely resolved, but I think it's pretty intriguing at the same time that this kind of ambiguous relationship between the gasometer and the new tower or addition to it is presented. At least it's intriguing, and it gives us the possibility to kind of speculate about maybe not very usual types of forms of integration between the two systems.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Stella, amazing job. The project looks wonderful. So thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. We're going to move to our next student, Luz. So we're going from Rio de Janeiro to Colombia. Luz, you're going to share your screen.
Yes. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Luz. So what I mainly learned from this weaving, it's an active composition. In the same way that the urban fabric discerns its strands of roads, nature, people, and history. In the horizontal, flat topography of La Pampa in Buenos Aires, this old gasometer towers up in the horizon and has become a familiar presence for its inhabitants. I've interpreted the project as a way to weave into the city, as a way to weave some city into the structure and structure into the city. Weaving was choosing a pattern, choosing a color, a direction, a density, a rhythm, and a texture. A complex net of choices tying together, slumping, wrapping, and posing as it extends on the ground. This project is woven into the fabric of the city, incorporating culture and patterns of nature flourishing from the ground to the facades and the interior. The hydroponic systems are wrapped around the structure of the gasometer, bringing color and liveliness to the industrial tower. Within, the weaving qualities create moments of porosity for light and air, an ambiguity of interior and exterior definitions, and finally, a soft environment slumping and intertwining into the fabric of Buenos Aires. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luz. So I'm going to share the mirror board. Okay, thank you.
Luz, the images that the last sort of animation where you get us really in the landscape. I mean, the project is so well defined through the moves of the landscape. We see less of the weave, and it makes me think a little bit about a sort of adjacent textile tradition, which is felting, because the landscape feels so felted, and some of the components on the interior of these kind of textile kind of lumps seem felted. And I wonder whether or not the materials the material on the left, which is the strips that you're weaving, let's say, could be thought of as like literal felt strips, so that they could really develop that you would be looking very closely at the project. Like this is like the big view, fine, but like to look at it really closely at the level of what is the relationship between like an existing shrubland and the chromatics, the different variation of chromatics of green, and the texture of felting strips, and those things. So you could actually be zooming in quite a bit to something quite specific, and so then it wouldn't look like paper woven, but it would be this kind of hairy woven stuff that would kind of be quite heavy when it rains and would kind of have its own lifespan. And so in some ways your project is very much about this kind of relationship of greenery and the kind of natural habitats, landscapes and textures and colors that come with that, and a textile that you would be developing in relationship to it.
I think your formal studies are great. I specifically love these 4 images of your kind of yarn, textile, slumping sort of forms. And I wish that you had more of that character in exactly these. I wish that you had more of that character of the looseness and the fraying that you get in the edges. Maybe a bit more of a controlled fraying. I wish that would happen more in your actual structure, where I see that. I actually also like the versions of your masks where you don't have a texture or an image mapping, because we start to really see the haptic form, or kind of like the little shadows that you get in the textile once you did the 3D scanning. And the image mapping somewhat flattens that, where you don't read as much of the depth in the fabric. But overall, I think your agenda for slumping and kind of creating this hooded form is working a lot more on the ground in this sort of area where you have your, I don't know what you called it. Is it a courtyard? Is it what was that region?
Of the image that you were just going through?
Where the image is kind of mapped onto the ground, exactly right here.
Mm-hmm. So that's a raised landscape. So
okay, that's just your landscape then. Okay, yeah, I think the slumping, I can read it a bit more there, and it's too controlled, more so on your tower, and I'd like to see a bit more looseness. But overall, I think the way that you're working with color, especially in these initial formal studies, it's really great, and you have this this great balance between nature and kind of what's artificial and what's image versus like projection versus mass.
Yes, I would agree with Majeda that you have this very powerful image, the one that I don't know, it kind of looked like a canopy maybe, or that it was actually some architectural piece over the landscape. If Flor, you could scroll up a bit more.
I think, could it be this?
Yeah, but
I think that's in the animation. It's more,
an image. No, it's a little
bit.
Oh,
the floor plan. The floor plan.
Yeah, the floor plan, when we see it as a flat image. I mean, that drawing there, when it's like an image just unwrapped, I think that one is super powerful. But when I saw that, I think there is this ambiguity that if it is architecture, if it is landscape, if it is artificial, if it is nature, which, I mean, I think they're great things. But I wonder if there was a possibility to translate this on something else. I mean, I cannot avoid thinking maybe, I mean, it is a little bit literal maybe, but I mean, was there a possibility to interpret that blue areas as water maybe, thinking that those pink areas were flowers or pink trees, and the rest could maybe just be grass? I mean, was there an option to like decodify these colors and this weaving and these patterns and these images in real things? Like one more step, you know what I mean? Not just wrapping it and using it as a texture mapping or not. That one actually was I meant. That looks to me like a low res landscape, like a pixelated landscape. So that, am I being clear with you, Liz, on my question? If there was a possibility to translate this into something else?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it might just get a little bit lost in the translation of like, that was the intent with the landscape, but since it didn't follow a type pattern of the initial graphics, then maybe it just doesn't come through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated with this image. I think it's beautiful, and it's like, I would like it to bring back to it the high resolution, you know, of the real world in a way, and giving meaning to these colors and these pixels and these moments where the pixels on the left, they seem to become smaller and become like tattoos, almost like lines and path circulation. I mean, there's a lot I can read in this image. That I just wonder if it could have been an option to translate it into something else. I mean, if you had another month to keep on working on this.
Use the break to fix that, Luz.
No, we're done. Looks right.
But what I think is kind of compelling about the premise of the studio is to, you know, talk about this as an image, you know, pixels, for which inherent to weaving, especially in the X and the Y, you obviously get that. And then the temptation to deal in forms of representation versus abstraction. Because yes, the free association of this is like it's a low res version of a photograph of something, whether it's a landform or a map or a forest or who knows what. And those kinds of, thinking of the movie Blow Up and what do you see when you zoom in and controlling. So Augustina, you're saying it should be more legible in terms of content as opposed to a low res pixelated image?
I'm just wondering, I'm not saying one thing on another, but as you were saying, I think it's almost impossible not to give another layer of reading to this image, because we see the pixels actually, which, I mean, they are of course the threads of paper, but I wonder if there was a possibility to translate this image as something else, to make this 2D image become actual 3D information, nature, building, landscape, path, circulation, these things that I was mentioning in real architecture, not just as part of a facade or not.
Well, I think it's incumbent upon the student then to deal in owning or disavowing certain terms and techniques. So on the one hand, if one of the cool things about it is, if you talk about structure and architecture, that's about the polar opposite of talking about media. At the same time, depending on what your philosophy is, architecture is all media all the time, even if it's not digital media and moving. And I argue, architecture is always about lines when it's panelized and so forth. So it's always by definition graphic. So I can foreground the graphic as a question of 2D flatness, et cetera, or I can just talk about it in the most robust ways of, construction, joints and managing joints and panelization and so forth. So this one it seems to be almost like a catalog of typologies, even invoking the idea of felt, which of course is a bit more of a dry version of a gelatin, which is, things that stick together and are sticky and pressed, like OSB, like particle board, versus a clearly articulated woven thing. That's the smooth and striated model in Thousand Plateaus that we all read in the early 90s, which is always useful in my opinion. So I think for the students who did or didn't define that, the thing for me to take away from the studio is this relationship between 2D, 3D, or between structure and image, or when are they one and the same? And one would imagine that if they're one and the same, you would attach the moralism of, building and material with the quicksilver and very problematic, but very prevalent nature of what images, are in architecture, whether it's mediation of built buildings through photography or superimposing images onto buildings. I'm not sure if the studio conversation went that way, but that is one reading.
I think your take, Neil, is I think is super proper for in the context of the conversation. And one thing I think, and maybe this start to deal with some of the issues that you're raising, Neil. One thing I find super interesting in this project is they're different than the other two, which I think they were super interesting and powerful because in the literal. This one, to me, it accepts a higher level of corruption with the idea of the architectural language that need to come into play. So to me, it's less literal in terms of the weaving, and it starts to take a different dimension. And I say that as a positive thing. I think to me, that's one of the interesting things to see different kind of projects. So what I like about your project, Luz, is that you can see traces of the origin, you can see traces of the genealogy, but it starts to evolve and become something else. So it loses certain qualities of that literal, but it gains other qualities in terms of robustness, heaviness. It feels different, and almost like you can start to see that this is something that you're interested to keep working later on in your career. You can start to see I can see the potential of this to start to really embrace certain more tectonic qualities to it moving forward, which I think is different than the other one, which the other one I would encourage the opposite. To say, okay, try to figure it out, how to bring it, to keep the literal and not embrace that. But I think, to me, what is interesting about your project, it has a level of contamination in which these things start to mutate into something else. And the reason I'm trying to relate it what Neil was saying, because it's a way to start to think, okay, maybe you don't need to say is this or that or whatever. I'm personally more interested in these times with the notion of sampling and mixing, something that we do in music and other things, and in architecture we tend to categorize. And what I like about what Neil is talking about, or my approach will be in the relation of that context, is why cannot start mixing all that? I mean, I mean, the notion of media and mediation can become what it is in other fields. And again, architecture, of course, we always conflicted with materiality and the prosaic and certain things. But your project to me start to hint about those possibilities in which it's more, for me, it's more difficult to categorize it. It belongs to this and to that. And that is a wonderful, powerful outcome of it. So your project maybe in terms of the exuberance of the waving is more subtle, but it starts to introduce other possibilities. Like I can start to imagine your thing okay, I can see a total translation to rethink bricks or some of these elements that will come to play into this. Not that bricks are per se weaving, but one could argue that there is a way to think about it. And if you look at the work of people like Eladio Dieste or someone like that, they push to that limit. So I can start to see your project to start to operate that. So there is a certain level of dirtiness in a good way that to me has a huge potential for you to keep exploring. So that I appreciate a lot about that kind of ambiguity that the project is introducing.
No, like this image we've been talking about, the black and white and the color version next to it, kind of what's fascinating to me in the context of what's being discussed, like how as an image, I guess both in terms of what it conveys and how we understand technically images vis-a-vis pixelation, is able to operate at multiple resolutions simultaneously. Like I think it's kind of a great recognition here that you can continue to subdivide this to get smaller squares by letting the same color weave in and out, over and under to kind of keep color fields larger. And I think the way the black kind of breaks down into smaller and smaller bits, giving you the ability to maybe oscillate, and I think that's kind of the suggestion that was being done earlier, between what's perhaps more abstracted field of how colors operate to something more figural within. So like by breaking down, you begin to produce maybe potentially figures, maybe even recognizable figures, maybe figures that one begin to kind of clearly describe what they are, whatever they may be, versus kind of fields of colors and intensities, they begin to mix and move through one another. And I find that kind of an interesting way of thinking about what an image does, something that we're used to seeing at a finite resolution, that's something fixed across, but through the technique of weaving and thinking maybe how we operate across scales of how they kind of move through one another at what scale, you begin to put that into a different kind of reading, like they're not understood as oppositional, something potentially clearer, something potentially more, let's say, realistic, not realistic, something that operates more towards realism versus something that operates more towards abstraction, but it literally weaves through one another. As an image, I find that super compelling.
Thank you so much, Futun. I just wanted to make a few points as we move to Julia, because I think that what is interesting about this project is that it brought on full force the question of the studio. Beginning with Mira asking, "What if we use felt?" Maybe next semester, next year, Mira. I love felting. I mean, very violent, but it's amazing part of my kids' curriculum as well. So thank you for the note. I think Agustina to pixel, Neil to the issue of abstraction, and then with sampling, and the role of image. I think that all this final project really weaved on the process more than the kind of final project, Luz. And question, because one thing I wanted to say is that all the time in studio, we try to enforce the notion that this is not an image, that this is more literal, this is weaving all the time. So the pixel should not be taken in consideration as such. So like the image, this is not about an image. I understand that this, of course, this is kind of a world of images, and then we did image mapping through photogrammetry and so on, but the idea that the pixel is just a line. So I think to Neil's point, a pixel is just a line under another line. It's not a square. Again, so always reading through the kind of literal and also not the metaphoric. I think the studio tried to be quite literal to Hernan's point of sampling. Maybe that's our fault in the sense that, can you stay on weaving as long as you can? Can you challenge weaving as much as you can? Can you look at these images as a bunch of lines? That's why all the time I keep on pointing out to this image and not so much at the grid. This is, but that there's always another color behind. So it's always 2D and 3D. I think that Niels was pointing at structure versus meaning. Kind of trying to avoid meaning in the sense that what meanings this opens. There's not. It's quite literal. This is a weaving image. And you have to kind of look through that and apply that to the building. Of course, that the power of the images and the power of the pattern always, it's very strong. So, something that we can avoid. But, if it's a notation of a certain qualities. I do think that the project starts to sample, like what Hernan was saying, with nature, with the city, with the existing gasometer, and things got mixed. I think it's a good point to talk about Julia's. Julia, this is a good introduction to your project, because I think that I think that the hybrid, it's a bit more present there. So thank you, everybody. And Julia, your turn. Thank you, Luz, that was great.
Hello, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and share screen. Let me know if you can see it. Oh, good, awesome. Okay. So I think as we were just sort of touching on, this project definitely works a little bit between some of the questions that have been raised in digital, analog, image, image building, architecture questions. It definitely operates within a duality, I would say, is the key sort of starting point. Working off of Annie Albert's methodologies, I sort of identified 3 ways in which weaving operates. The first of which is in the sort of idea of a found object, the textural quality that weaving can bring out of a found object, in this case, out of a test model on a cereal box. The second way is in the natural weave, or a plain weave as it's called, that paper wants to take on to be structurally sound, and that also reinforces certain geometric patterns throughout. And then the colorized, and then the third sort of way that weaving behaves is in a sort of chaos state. And in the case of chaos and knots and unruliness, there's an idea that the materiality and the surface itself has been broken down by time. So adjacent to all of that, the project was definitely developed alongside a series of fictional narratives throughout the semester that work later programmatically, which we'll get into, but also inform that idea of time being present on the surface of both the facade and the building itself. And here we're looking at the sort of, again, the dual surface where the front rigid grid is contrasted by that chaotic, unruly, unraveled back. And that process worked between the front being the abstraction of a notation, while the back acts not only as a formulation of chaos, but that the duality sort of can erode the found object that we mentioned earlier of the gasometer. And looking into the way that textural buildup of both weaving itself and of the loom, kind of work between that sort of rigid paper plain weave that we mentioned earlier to both juxtapose and contrast the existing found object of the gasometer with the sort of sweater quality of a dual surface that's made in the actual weave itself. And so the other focus, I would say, definitely within the project is to work constantly from digital to analog, back and forth. So whether that's through a series of processes of photogrammetry and digitizing, or then trying to diagram the unruliness and the chaos to then inform the erosive unrolled elevation, both sort of had to work cooperatively to then inform the idea of a fiction or a mystery that takes place within the character of the gasometer, which is such a strong identifiable object and building in Buenos Aires as is, which the city, as I'm sure most of you know, has a huge, fantastically rich art history where thousands of pieces of art were really just discovered in these sort of hidden chambers, not maybe in the way that we understand the French galleries and the patron projects that are well understood in Western Europe. In Argentina, a lot of the collections were held private and found after someone's death or after a donation. So the idea of a sort of interior-exterior reveal and how that can then inform an architectural vernacular and dialogue definitely played in. And then as we go into the actual brief, the vertical farm or the urban farm, the project worked between a sort of dueling materiality, both of the local vernacular of concrete within Argentina and then of the weave itself. And again, utilizing the analog and digital, working between the paper weave, that sort of more rigid weave, versus the analog woven surface. The skin is then spread out. Not only is that draped sweater, but the skin is also spread out to engage sight and landscape in a way that creates a series of interstitial void spaces. And if we look sectionally, we start to see that difference between interior and exterior playing, and also the reinforcing of the digital analog in the literal image making here, between the fragmentation of textures, the use of a paper cutting mat as texture, and the way that the interior nature is actually differentiated from the exterior landscape. And so just some detail shots of that. Yeah, and then again, a better look at that kind of sweater condition that wraps the gasometer and tries to reinforce it as both tight and loose fit. Again, playing back between those original analog studies. And then reintroducing nature as something that is both organic and actually structural. So that loose weave moment where the unruliness breaks the surface here is really actually acting structurally. So that breakdown of materiality is juxtaposed with an actual structural agenda, while the exterior skin is really purely acting as a posturing and as a sort of skin condition within the city. And I'll just go ahead and wrap up with a turntable animation. And it's going to loop a few times. If you guys want to chat during, feel free.
Thank you, Julia. You will control the mirror now, Julia?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to start. I love, it sounds like you've been kind of connecting to weaving in a more intimate way, and I that shows. And even the way you talk about it, like plain weaving, and you know the front and back. I mean, it sounds like you got into it, and it shows in the project. I do love the front and back relationship. I mean, I think it's really, you know, it's something that happens in like so many media, different mediums have like, similar issues, but this one in particular, I mean, it is true how like the front can be so organized and the back can be so messy, and the fact that you're embracing both, I mean, it's really interesting, and the sweater as a result. I mean, one comment, I kept looking at the last 3 projects, and I feel like, and this is more like in general, but and I think like maybe Hernan will like kick me out of the call for saying this, but I think it's like there is a difference between the computer and the real life scenario of materials and tension. And, you know, I work with weaving a lot, and there is something about tension that's very important, and the way like materials react at the large scale. And I think there is something that's a little, it kind of scares me a little, as much as I love the project, you know, to go from like a tiny sample, like a, you know, a little 4x4 or 8x8 inch, you know, sample of how like a small, you know, weaving of like paper or a small weaving, then would like scale up to that scale of a building. That's a little, I just think it's not right, you know, like it's not how materials work, and it scares me, and it feels incomplete in terms of the understanding of a weaving. Weaving is so much about tension, and there is something that like if you don't get the tension right, like you will have like a very messy result. So I think it's like I'm a little conflicted by the project, because on the one hand I can see them as like the most fascinating projects I ever seen. On the other hand, I feel like in real life, they could look incredible or they could be a complete disaster. Like it's hard to really visualize them, like in real, like in the flesh. So just something to think about. I mean, not to be like overly critical. It's more like food for thought.
Sure, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was wondering, you know, the pieces that I don't know all the breadth of weaving that you do in your work, but the pieces where you're actually making the yarn out of paint, right? And there's, or the thread out of paint, and there's this already a sort of shift, let's say, in what the material is itself. It seems so compelling, and seems like also something that this project could be thinking about, because in looking at this project, I think from a technical standpoint, in terms of the way that you manage the sort of digital translation, is quite expert. Like you've really done a kind of incredible job. It's a lot of detail. And I think that the idea of moving towards the sweater and actually being able to actually turn corners, like this is the first project that's been able to turn corners properly. But I think a little bit about the sort of the yarn turning into something that's maybe more not yarn in this case, and thinking more maybe even about like paper mache or something, or like something where some sort of way of dealing with where you still read you know, the kind of grain and fabric and weave of something, but at the same time it's even in this section it's gained thickness. It has like has its own kind of self-supporting structure, that in some ways some sort of idea about a composite. It seems present, especially as those strands, the kind of messy strands, start to become tiebacks or thick things. So I find this project to be kind of compelling in the sense that it's both, it is woven in the way that it thinks about, let's say, overall slump of form, and even like the near tailoring of something like a cuff or a sleeve that could be folded in. At the same time, there is a sort of micro texture that makes me think that what is being woven is maybe some other sort of hybrid material, in order for it to gain a kind of stiffness, and there has been this kind of moment of translation, which and maybe because the kind of high level of resolution the project takes on, it feels like you can start to imagine that in this project, in this scenario. And I like what Annalie, the kind of question or the kind of a fear or something that I share that too, and at the same time there's such a as well as the kind of bliss of the work itself, because it's gorgeous. And Julie, I would say that in terms of the way that things that you've really kind of cracked here, which is how to kind of fold over, how to work on kind of slumped surfaces that are also like have a sort of micro grain, and also ideas about thickness. I think that the moments right now where you're kind of touching the ground are probably the least convincing moments. And at the same time, the ground condition is also such an incredibly beautiful, like kind of rhetorical space for your project. So I think to me that would be where just like a sort of detail, right, of like how do you like tuck or fold when you hit the ground, seems like it would be something that I would imagine be more what you'd want to continue to resolve.
Yeah, for sure.
This seems to be the first project out of this group where, let's say, fabric or sheet material as a, let's say, as a thing to manipulate. Like I've got fabric and I'm gonna use it, which, let's say, might be related to Frank Gehry's most kind of emphatic reference, which is like 15th century paintings where he studies cloth and cloth draped over bodies, chairs, etc. And then I think of the, the term sweater, which is, I don't know, it came around at some point. You used it in your presentation so that we could get a visual association with it. And a sweater is not a blanket. A sweater is not an overcoat. A sweater is, and so it seems like it's a shorthand for something like I've got cloth, I've got material, I got a program for that material, which is in this case to partially cover, whether it's a sweater or a scarf, who cares? Did you predetermine the idea of I'll wrap this building, I'll wrap it in a loose fit, I'm not gonna snap it to anything, and then like the Statue of Liberty, I'm gonna reverse engineer the structure to fit the flowing fabric? And then when you looked at it, did you then say it's a sweater and I'll use the term sweater? I'd like to know a little bit the events.
Sure. I think it went a little bit between both, honestly. It started definitely with the actual drape itself and noticing the duality of the surface. I think that was the primary focus. And then from there, the idea of those being structural was always there. And the gasometer itself, obviously, I won't call it a blank canvas because I don't think it is, but it is a fairly, singular massed moment. So in terms of allowing these to become slightly more unruly to the point where, again, we're diagramming how they're doing that and we're perforating the facade at moments to allow that to happen. It did sort of, the unruly was a bit more moldable, I would say. Whereas the gasometer, again, I think ties back to identifying those three kinds of weaving, taking the gasometer as found object really did lend to it being like, okay, I'll perforate it, but the structural unruliness can get more unruly. There's room for that to happen, I would say was the method. So it was a bit of both, but I would say that the sweater sort of formed to the gasometer more so than the other way around. Like I made a tiny model to make that sweater drape model in the first place.
Is the skin around the cylinder considered to be part of the sweater or not?
I think that's a good question. There is a tight wrap. There is a sort of a tight wrap that I wouldn't consider a sweater. Maybe that's the sweater vest of kinds. I think again, that was the sort of difficulty. And I think what Mira was touching on of like how it hits the ground was definitely something that was sort of wrestled with. But the sort of tight versus loose fit, I would say it's in between a sweater and just kind of a wrap.
but you never entertained essentially blanketing the whole gasometer and quote unquote making it disappear.
Did try that. Didn't really work out in the capacity that it sort of removed it removed, at least I think this was a comment at mid-review and after, it removed, there's a sort of iconicity to this structure as being like the tallest thing around it in Buenos Aires. And I think it removed a little bit of that too much. At least there was a notion of just really on this elevation, because the rest of it does hide it, showing it on that popular freeway view. But I think it's something that definitely could be explored.
Well, that's interesting, because I think if I were sitting there on day one in the studio and playing out scenarios, it would be, make it go away, or shrink wrap it, or add an object and shrink wrap it and make it, legible. And whether I wanted to cut down on history and cut down on iconicity, or make a new fabric mountain and say, now it's this. Those are, whether they're premeditated or they happen along the way, but they become then in a way ambitions or programs, right, that do have to do with the management of history and iconicity. And that's what we, in many respects need to talk more about, in school, because these are arbitrary judgments that, you would levy. You went up and said, oh, you know what, there's a limit to what you should do in the studio, and what you should not do is cover the whole thing. That becomes, criminal and outside the spirit of the studio. Now, if somebody did it, Florencia could arbitrate that and say you went beyond the spirit of the studio, but your terminology about sweaters or vests or blankets, etc., start to think about the degree to which there's a performance logic there, which, those are based on style and temperature. But here, theoretically, it's either like, if I did that, then I enclose too much program. My plans would be too deep. I need to, I can't have deep plans everywhere. And then, placing architectural judgment against it. It is ambiguous with the somewhat self-similar fabric wrapping the tower. So one doesn't want to read it as a hedging a bet, like I'd like to cover the whole thing, but I can't mask and conceal the tower completely. I can read it a lot of different ways as being ambivalent in that sense. But I'm happy you told me that you explored that kind of full range of possibilities.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, actually, Neil, you mentioning going outside a little bit of the studio, of what the limits were on this weaving proposal. I think I totally agree. There's a lot of ambiguity in your project, but in a great way. And even when we're talking about your weaving, I think you went a little bit beyond the limit and started touching embroidery instead of just weaving, because your weaving, I mean, the texture, this sweater we're talking about, it's not just weaving, because it's not the structure, the fabric that you're creating, but you're almost creating patches on top of it, like these colored figures that they add like another layer on top of it. And they are not structural, they are almost ornamental.
Yeah.
So I think that's, I don't know what Florencia thinks about this, if that was allowed or not, but
answer. This is a trick, and Julia she discovered this trick, and this is for Analia also, because there's no tension actually. Julia quit on tension. She couldn't figure out some stuff with the loom. I mean, we don't know much. I mean, it's like,
I was advised by an old master that it was impossible without a machine to weave a ground weave and then overlay the things on top, which honestly, as we started to develop the idea of deteriorating and giving like narrative time to that back surface, that was the analog way of creating that in a way. So no, is it tried and true to weaving? No.
Attention.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, you know, a mistake is an unexplored option,
Sure.
So I think it's really interesting that happened. Because, I mean, clearly you have a different approach coming from, you couldn't do your weaving or the tension or whatever. Of course, and I have some very innocent weaving myself. I have a loom at home, and Alia, I'm not even gonna say anything. But I mean, when you and Alia were mentioning the back and the forth of the fabric, the weaving, that is like in my weavings, I almost don't have those because I just go all across, you know, so they actually look the same. But in embroidering and what you actually are doing, that's absolutely the opposite, because you're creating a figure on one side, and on the other side is just the stitches, the back, the ugly side, which I think it has a lot of potential. It's like the positive and the negative, right?
For sure.
Look, I think the discussion is fascinating. I want to point to something which is probably way more banal, but I really love these images. The one on the right next to the chapter 5 field, those two. I have to say, there is something I really like about your project, and maybe it has to do because you're talking about sweater. There is this notion of comfiness, which I find super interesting. I was thinking, you know, like some people do this kind of wool things that you put in your coffee mugs and whatever, and suddenly, whatever it is, you cover in that and completely change the perception of the thing. So this gasometer is this omnipresent, and this may relate to what Neil was talking about, iconicity and all that. And it always has this kind of a sinister, mysterious thing, and suddenly you wrap it up in this, and it became something else. So I always interested in the notion because when you talk about wool and weaving, to me, a sweater or a scarf or a blanket are completely different, because the sweater relies on whatever body you put on top. And of course, it could be a tight sweater, it could be a loose sweater. And then if you have a poncho, you almost hide completely whatever is the body be under, or even a blanket. So what I like about these two images is your project is kind of a sweater, but it's kind of a blanket, but it's kind of a scarf. So there is also an ambiguity on the operation that you're doing. And I personally think in your case, the fact that you reveal a little bit of the gasometer that is not completely covered, I think it plays in your favor. Because I think it produces this tension of playfulness in which, again, to me, the coziness or the comfy, coziness, thank you, Jonathan, cozy is the right word for it. It produced also this location of that. And this is to me something interesting about the issue of iconicity and the monumentality. Now, we use sometimes these words like interchangeable, sometimes you have to do only with size. So there is something about your project that completely distort the perception of what the thing is. And I have to say, and this is probably always going to be the case, it becomes a little bit more tricky when you have to start to load it with architecture features. But there is, in this moment, there is a level of playfulness and rawness that I wonder, again, and this is to me part of the trick of the studio, which I think is super fascinating, and I think we all confronted with that problem. And I think this may be what Neil was talking about at the beginning of the road of the process is how much then we have to make concessions to the things that start to distort into something else. And that's what I'm saying, that the literal is such a, for at least, it fascinates me, but I also understand the complexity that comes to architecture versus art. Yeah. I mean, like Analia was posting the thing of Cristo. In that case, yeah, there is a literally of wrapping it, and you can read the object because the rabbit does certain thing and so on. This is something else. This is not just wrapping. Yeah. This is enhancing. So in a way, it's more like it's almost like one of those body suits that you can put yourself to look muscular. And I was thinking this choreographer that make this dancer to put this ultra big suit, but then they perform like regular dances, but you cannot relate the behavior of the body with the behavior of the technique of the dancer. So there is something about that in your project, which I love it. And don't get me wrong, I really like the version of the architecture, but these two moments, to me, they capture the whole thing. And then the question is, okay, what do we do with that inside? Do we embrace the floor play? Do we embrace the thing that we need to do, or we can start to challenge the thing and start to really push deeper into it and how we bring coziness into art? But I really like the idea of the coziness and comfy. It could be a concept, it can come to play into architecture. And I don't know, again, I don't know if what I'm telling you is very useful, but I want to point to that because to me, that's a wonderful discovery that your project put on the table. Again, I don't know what it would mean, coziness for architecture, but there is something in there that I wanted to point it out because it completely captured my imagination when you look at that and say, wow, that's pretty cool. This idea of that. And again, it will be, you know, like these things that they sell at midnight, the blanket with arms and whatever. So it's okay, it's a sweater, but also it could be a blanket, it could be something else. And I think also with the typology that you can get out of the way, be put in conflict with the typology of architecture, I think that could be a lot of room to maneuver. So anyway, again, it's probably absolutely useless. I'm not giving you anything useful, but I just want to point that there's these moments of discovery that I think is worth to keep revisiting and keep moving forward. If you were to explore this later in thesis or something like that, okay, what else I can go with it? Can I really go all the way with that notion of coziness? And what does it mean? And can I do it out of scratch? I also wonder with this project, what happened if you don't have the gasometer as a foil?
Yeah.
If this thing will have to become its own self-standing thing, how much it will change? We will never know in the studio because the studio is set up in this way, but conceptually, there are certain things there that I think are super, super important to keep thinking and exploring about.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Maybe I would add something very short to that. I think it's a very sophisticated, very beautiful project. I also like these images very much. And I think in what Hernan was saying about, you know, this quality of coziness, I would also perhaps say it about the quality of the fact that this project is really it's a strange word. I don't know if this word even exists, but it's sort of anthropomorphizing the gasometer.
Yeah.
I think you know that's an interesting proposition of the project, and I wonder perhaps if it could also be elaborated a little bit further. I mean, not necessarily now, but in a more general sense, if that is a proposition that could be taken further in terms as a kind of architectural statement, you know, that you are developing in this project and then maybe refining and deepening in further iterations of the work.
Yeah, for sure.
Julia, one thing I want to add, you know, I think, as said, the work is beautiful, super provocative. One thing I would challenge and I would want you to kind of think about is the space in between the gasometer and blanket, sweater, scarf, however we want to call it.
Sure.
Like by deciding to kind of drape around tightly or loosely, you're really putting into question what that space, how that behaves, how it kind of potentially begins to challenge our notions of how we understand poche, how we understand the kind of shift in character from outside to inside of the gasometer, like trying to get very specific in terms of, you know, what the performance of that space is, who that space is for, because it seems like perhaps it's not for human. It seems perhaps it's for robots to cultivate and perhaps humans to kind of experience. And I want to challenge that, you know, leaning back on floor slabs, leaning back on things that constitute, you know, architecturalness taught for, you know, like human consumption. Because I assume you could think interesting ways of how those robots could cultivate, how there could be other means of imagining that work could be done outside of, you know, how we understand it. And I think by freeing yourself up from that kind of functionality, or you know, like the use of architectural element towards us, you might really cultivate something far more ambitious from that space. I just want to call that out because if all that becomes, right, kind of a fragment of something that we experience in horizontality between two planes, I don't think you're fully exploring what it can do for you. I think the verticality of this and perhaps the totality as you kind of move around something cylindric becomes really, really important for the performance of the space.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting.
I think that's a great comment, and it addressed everybody because the issue of the floor plate.
Yeah.
You know, we spent a lot of time after midterm review on section only. And I think maybe sometimes we forgot to turn around a bit in the obsession of really building up a narrative in section.
Yeah.
And but I still think that this double-sidedness of the inner wall, green wall that Julia has, it's addressing a bit what Futun you're saying, that you're not stuck in between two slabs. But I think all the comments were amazing, Julia. Thank you so much. I have one of those sweater mugs. I'll save it for you.
I'll try to weave one on my own. We'll see if
it's very Waldorf, by the way. All the Waldorf mom were like holding that in the morning drop off. So thank you everybody for the comments. And on the sweater, stay in the sweater because our final project with Mitsuki will develop math. So, and thank you, Analia, all the images. I've been saving all of that. I'm going to put it on the Teams for the students before, I kind of close, because we can make a small book with Analia's, chat references. So thank you so much. Mitsuki.
Hi,
let me
everyone.
know. Let me know if you will want me to share Miro, or you'll do it. You prefer me to do it afterwards?
Yeah, can you share your screen?
Yeah. Okay, so go ahead and present, and then I'll share my screen. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Mitsuki. So this is the very first study of my project. I made some paintings by stamping the vegetables, and I used soybeans, corn, and dried wheat and made those paintings. And this is the knit I made from this painting. Both painting and knit has a vagueness. I started my notation study by stamping vegetables rather than drawing straight lines. The painting shows some lines and dots. However, they don't follow the grid on the graph paper. Also, the knit texture is not ordered. All the lines and dots are not the same. And I think it is an interesting quality I can get from the analog handmaking process. Then I started thinking about the building form and texture from this vagueness. And this is close up of the facade. And it also has a curved line and dot like panels. And this is my form study using knit. My idea is almost like a sweater for the gasometer that covers the gasometer and create the skin. And this is the facade of my project. The thick wall from the photogrammetry and the skins of the weaving are intersecting and weaving each other and create the facade of the building. And this is side plan, and all the skins are wrapping around the gasometer and create a space between gasometer and the skin. And this building has a multiple layer divided by skin that came from weaving and photogrammetry mesh, and the original gasometer and the original gasometer. And inside the gasometer, there are some tubes for the hydroponics, controlled everything by robots, and some spaces for the research center. And in the center of the gasometer, there's a packing factory and the elevator for the package. And outside the gasometer, there's two spaces between the sheer skin of the weaving and the solid puffy wall. This is the close-up of inside the tube of the hydroponic. And this is the close-up for this space. And this is the turntable animation. Some skin becomes also the landscapes. So there's the roof garden here, and some plants grow along this surface, and on this landscape, some vegetable will grow here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitsuki. Let me share. Hold on, because I was opening few of the examples. Let me find the. Okay.
Great presentation, Mitsuki. And this is one of the first projects that I noticed that we're really reading the weaving as a screen. And I think that's really interesting in the sense that you're starting to allow light and shadow and pattern to kind of also play a role in the way that you're really using the form internally as well. For me, like one of the interesting moments is really when these thickened, sort of tighter weaves are intersecting with the screen, and as well as the shrubs that are kind of peeking underneath. Again, though, I have a comment of this connection to the gasometer and the sort of the two skins and where they come together. And I don't know if you have a specific positioning on how you would kind of link these two skins together.
For
the specific image that I'm really looking at is the one right above your interior perspective. It's like
this one, Mashida?
It's right below. It's two below that. It's almost like an.
Yeah. Well, let me see. It is up there. This one, no? Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't really understand the way that you're tying in the skin of the screen back onto the skin of the gasometer, and I don't know if there's like a specific. Like if I'm not reading it correctly, or you have your own way of describing that moment.
I was trying to make the like the inner space and the semi-outdoor space between this photogrammetry surface and the shear weaving surface. So it has a skin, but it's not completely inside of the building. So I wanted to have a barrier space. I wanted to create a barrier space for this building.
Probably Mashida, this is a work in progress. I think Mitsuki, she's talking about exactly this edge. You see that edge? Like that edge, what happens to that edge? So she's thinking if you could continue. I think this is what I'm understanding, Mashida, that if you can continue, no?
Yeah.
The line, and there are moments, there's like stitching, moment there.
Right. And in the image right next or diagonally across from it, you see the edge kind of cutting off where it links to the gasometer. And maybe not this image that you're zoomed into, but Yes, right there where your cursor is. So there's moments there where I'm thinking that you need a bit more of this blending and stitching of the thickened, like a macro scale weave, as well as the screen. But it's also this edge where it links to the structure itself is a little bit awkward for me too, because I don't quite understand the tectonics in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see that, and I see, I think also something in terms of the section. I think maybe we could look at the section, and I think there's something in the section that is very appealing, but also I think perhaps also contradictory. I don't know how you bring these things together. It seems that like the way that you deal with the outside of the gasometer is somehow aligned with what we saw in the previous project, this kind of Statue of Liberty approach, perhaps more dynamic here. And then when you look at what's going on the inside, there are these clusters that I think you said were research clusters or research areas, and which somehow, you know, have a kind of resemblance, a certain similarity in terms of the idea that you have a continuous surface that kind of wraps around or folds and creates kind of programmatic spaces. But then somehow the rest is treated in a very kind of technical, efficient manner. And I guess sometimes architecture is like that, but I think in a way, you know, that this being your statement for the project, it would be interesting to understand why you decided that you know, that there was a certain aspect of the project that needed to be dealt with in a kind of totally. I'm not saying it's a wrong decision. I'm just kind of trying to understand what's behind it. You know, totally a kind of technically driven approach, and whereas on the outside, I guess it's also technical, but it's a completely different kind of technique, right? You know, I don't know if I'm making myself clear. I guess what I'm saying is that the weaving technique used on the outside is very different from the technique of productive efficiency that's been used to organize the interior of the cylinder, of the gasometer, and I'm wondering why that is the case.
This is my idea is.
Sorry, Mitsuki.
Sorry, my idea is like inside the gasometer, it's almost like a machine space for the machine, and everything is controlled by the robot. But the outside is has a more organic shape and curved spin, and this space is for the public space, so space for the people. So I wanted to make a contrast between the inside of the gasometer and outside of the gasometer.
But I think that, Mitsuki, I agree with Julian, you know, that this division is too large. This kind of, if you now seeing it in perspective, and I know Kutan is going to say something about the slabs, but if these circles would have come maybe here, and the skin will have come up maybe here, as if it was a way of, like, I don't know, a kind of rolling. I think that you will start to see the intersection between the two, you know, not the isolation between the two. I wanted to zoom in into this section because, you know, you don't see it from afar, but I wanted to show the amount of detail that Mitsuki has placed into this drawing. I think that's the maximum I can zoom in on Mira. Let's say, well, no, or not. But it's, you know, it's quite let me see if I click outside. You know, it's quite insane. The world's UV lighting inside of those, but I see the intersections, the issues of intersections. I think those are issues of resolution, of tectonics. All the questions come up to the front, you know, the slabs and so on. You know, they're quite clear, but the effects are there, you know, like the effects of this being a really light surface, of this skin being, you know, kind of from soft to stiff, the machinic against the kind of more bucolic and soft environments. So the good things and the conflicts are all present in this section, Mitsuki.
I only have one quick comment to say about this one, which yeah, I appreciate the details. I'm fascinated. Can you move it up a little bit? Yeah, just leave it there for a second. I'm fascinated by that little move, the in and out of the thing, and I wish there were more of that, because I think that to me there is something really interesting about that. The notion that it doesn't get, some of the part for me becomes a little bit indexical, but I like when a thing goes in and out. And to me, that would be interesting to see more of that intersection. I think it's a good strategy also in terms of how to play also with interiors on the floor plate. So I think that to me is a very powerful moment, which I think for me the project will benefit if we have more of that. But it does also to me that relates with some of the origins of the project. So I think the project is pretty good. My only criticism is I think it's too like by area. Like I have this here, I have this other thing here, and I have this thing here, and they all connect with each other, but they remain very very detached from each other. So I think to me that moment when the things start to interconnect within, to me that is a wonderful opportunity. So I think the project can push that further, at least in my view. And again, it may have to do with the appetite that I always like when things are much more contaminated and they're not so comfortable with each other. So I think that Mitsuki is a super interesting moment, which I think it could be a technique that you could proliferate more and more.
Just to step away from the building for a second, and Mitsuki, I'm kind of fascinated with the early studies. Like there is an incredible sensibility, a sense of aesthetics operating through, you know, these analog regimes. And I think when you begin to become an expert of how you move from analog to digital techniques, and I think govern the mouse and the keyboard as well as you govern, you know, your hand and material directly. I think in some way that takes time, and that takes just, you know, like maturing and growing in a different way than working with materials. And once you govern that, I think all the willfulness that you're able to get across within these studies take hold in the digital world and how it's mediated and controlled. I think your true sensibility would come across in the model. I think right now I find this far more productive in the way you operate and the way they manifest in digitally. I think that expertise and that sensibility will take time, but I think you're in the right school to gain all that. And in some way, what's left behind, perhaps, in the way you move from photogrammetry operated on the pieces, is that textural depth, the finite quality that exists within the yarn, the variation that begins to produce kind of multiple readings on the piece. Again, it's more of kind of reading into one aspect of your work that to me speaks to another quality than its current digital manifestation. And that to me is essential to the work that we do, how we translate from one medium to the other. And I think in that translation, there is so much to be gained. Because what I'm saying, just to be clear, is not necessarily that one needs to recreate the other, but one, by gaining kind of authorship in that translation, begin to build as you translate one thing to the other. And hopefully, you know, like the digital world for you would be something to build on, onto the analog sensibilities that you already have.
Yeah, I also wanted to congratulate you on this early part of the project and these early studies. I totally agree with Futun. It's an incredibly compelling part of the work, and it has a value in itself. And perhaps there's something. I don't know how it's possible. I think you were successful in translating some of those qualities, but I don't think that the entirety of all of those qualities are present in the final work. But I think it's really a wonderful piece in itself.
I mean, we're all on the same track here, but these early studies, they really deserve us telling you that they're amazing. And I actually love the fact that you added another step in your process, which is the painting in the very beginning, which I think was probably, I don't know if you paint as a hobby or as a professional, but if that's something you actually do, but there's a lot of intuition there, a lot of experimentation, even with a piece of corn, like you were really exploring and playing and going beyond. And then you were able to translate that into the weaving. So I don't know, I think there is this sensitivity coming from probably a field where you are more comfortable, but they're beautiful. And you completely are also losing this X and Y directionality. This is like a completely different kind of work. And I mean, even if the section, there were some things that were pointed out, I think your floor plan is beautiful. The top view where we see like the twisting sort of scarf, like there is like a dynamic movement in it, like this like a whirlpool going on, and the different fabrics depending on their weight and their thickness and their transparency, they are sort of behaving differently. They are creating different borders, different moments, like different negative spaces between them. I think that has an immense value too. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think with those comments, we are moving on to final comments. Great job, Mitsuki. Yes, I agree, Agustina, this drawing is really beautiful. This is why I wanted to kind of zoom in onto even the colors and the way that things are. I think that to the point that Futun is talking about as we close this session, you know, what is the medium translation? And this is a repeat, I don't know, for maybe, I don't know how many vertical studios here in Penn and so on, teaching from a kind of an analog to a digital, and the switch back and forth. And you know, I think every year we learn something new. We had amazing stuff that Jonathan taught the students, from scripting, our backgrounds are also scripted, scripting the notation into a 3D mesh, to kind of creating a photogrammetry. So the mesh could be quite literal, and yet every student made a different interpretation. So how do we move from the earlier studies into an architectural project? Even though it seems that it's so detached, or the techniques are not necessarily, you know, they are all foreign to our discipline, yet they're connected. Neil talked about, you know, Semper's understanding of weaving as that kind of originating source of structural, you know, integrity. So I don't know. I mean, it's nice to close also with Mitsuki, where the process and the final project, they're still trying to kind of negotiate and so on. So any final comments before we close? Yes, sorry.
I think one last comment vis-a-vis that, what I think about the process, and especially your processes of teaching Florencia about model making, and the model making takes on, levels of experimentation and what we imagine would be forms of expertise. Materials are volatile things, right? They don't behave sometimes like we think that they behave. Matter is matter. And digital world, which isn't material in that way, depending on the way in which you work, can obviously be without accident, without problem. In other words, you can exert numerical control on something, and in material, we're generally not thinking about exerting numerical control. So one question, would be where, say in this last project, Hernan's talking about where things, slip together. That could be an accident. Then the accident becomes, part of a repertoire, and then you have to master that repertoire. Well, what is the diameter of that? What is the weave dimension, and so forth? So the relationship between digital to analog can have to do with, obviously the space and the regime of those particular kind of tools. And I don't think the kind of expertise that we saw today was necessarily, best measured in the nature of the digital or in the parametric, because even the digital renderings had the kind of inconsistencies that you would imagine with hands-on material, whether that was intentional, like Gary making a sketch and going, make it look like that, make the wrinkles just how my hand made the wrinkles, or clean it up and, tighten it up. But the expertise is not so much in the wielding of the tools, but obviously in the eye. And that's the main thing to take away from this, is how you would manage that conceptually and visually. But it was amazing stuff. Thank you for having me. I always enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. I think that maybe some of those are still questions. Definitely the mistakes in the analog is kind of breaking down the purity of the digital, maybe because we are, or I am, grew through the digital so much through the earlier, and that kind of breaking down to the kind of purity of the script or the translation and so on, and start to get a kind of the messiness of this analog, of non-expert hands also, that we are borrowing from other disciplines.
I have another comment, if you allow, Florencia.
Of course.
I also enjoyed very much the studio, and I saw some of the projects on the midterm review, and I really appreciate how they matured, how they grew. And for me, perhaps one question that didn't get addressed, I don't know if this is part of the agenda or it's too external to the studio, but I think it's important, is perhaps more a disciplinary question in how you turn, let's say, the continuity of the weaving patterns into the discontinuities that you always need in a kind of architectural envelope, right? And so, for example, I think another way to say it is that if it's a sweater, then how you deal with the neck, or how you deal with the wrists. I don't know how to say that in the puños. I don't know how you say that in English, but how you deal with those kinds of discontinuities, right? And I think traditionally you would just call it a window or a door, but how do you call those things in the context of the kind of continuities that are set up by the technique of weaving? So I think that for me is also an interesting question, perhaps for the studio to consider in a future project or iteration. But again, I really appreciate the work, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Julian, for joining twice.
You know, maybe one thing to add, like it's always nice to see Florencia, because in some way, like whatever the technique might be in terms of how we generate architecture, it's probably different for all of us, but we start with some kind of predetermined idea of what architecture is. That's kind of our own individual bias in terms of, you know, how we draw, how we determine what's good form, what's bad form, what's good material, what's good detail, etc. But all of these in some way are kind of, you know, our sensibilities and how we appropriate prior ideas of what architecture is or can be. And in some way, whether the reference is a prior architecture, a prior precedent, a prior and a material that you work with, it all goes towards reappropriation. And in that, a translation is required. I think it's always nice to see how we push different techniques on students, Florencia, to kind of open up other possibilities, how other things can be architectural, how intuition and sensibility develops within those translations, understanding that, you know, really just anything, pretty much anything can be translated. The expertise is understanding how, through what medium, through what methods, and keeping that as an ongoing kind of research, so that in some way the well is limitless, that appropriation is kind of a ongoing project that can take different shapes, different forms, different aesthetics, as a response to you know, how we evolve as designers, how the world changes, etc. But I find this to be kind of central to thinking about architecture, to open up new trajectories in the way, you know, assumptions about how architecture can be other than we imagine. So for that, I think it was great to see the projects, and thanks for the invite.
Thank you, Futun, so much for joining. And yes, I remember when I was a student at Columbia, Alejandro Sarapolo would reject anything that it had to be translated. So you only had to start with a case study of architecture. So I think this is a kind of projection to that. That's another option. If you start with an architectural case study, you never have to translate. I mean, that was his take. So I also think that is, I mean, I was in Anna Nimar's studio yesterday. That's the base. You know, you start from architecture, you end in architecture. You start outside of architecture, but you always filter through architecture. So I think that there are multiple ways you enter through design. And again, you know, somebody like Analia, who we borrow from, meaning artists and experts on the field, this feels a little bit amateur. You know, why not starting with our own professional discipline? I think that it could be a question mark, but how to merge them, I think that it's something that I've always questioned since that time, being a student of Alejandro.
But I think this is a studio about creativity. I mean, when you read the syllabus, when you think about the tools, the techniques that you, Florencia, are proposing, and how this media gets translated all the time to the 3D, analog, physical, digital, amateur, professional, I mean, all these different things. And I mean, it's amazing to see the results and to see how every student takes it in a different way. And even the discussions that we can have on these pieces, that some of those, they look so abstract or so close to textiles, or you can say, I mean, is that architecture at one point? Are those real materials? Could that actually be built? But I think that's where all the discussion is. And I don't know, I think that the levels of creativity, they just get pushed towards any kind of limits, and that's amazing.
Yeah, I would second that and say, Florencia, thank you for inviting me, because I always learn so much.
Thank you for coming over and over, Analia. And everybody should get her book, you know, see her work. Hopefully we're going to see an exhibition soon or visit her studio.
Yeah, but I do learn so much, I mean, from all the references and the studios. And yeah, I agree. I mean, your workshops are so much about opening up the dialogue on materials and what's you know,
just to redefine what architecture can be. So it's always really enlightening.
Thank you so much, and I'm copying all of your quotes on the chat.
Okay. Congratulations to all the students. I just want to quickly say that it's a big challenge to take on this analog to digital form of making, and I think each of you guys had a really strong agenda and each of your approaches to the way that you've transformed this weaving process into your architecture. So thank you, Florencia. Thank you, all the students, and Jonathan as well. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mashida. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and hope to see you. See you next time. For all the students, we're going to just stay. I'm going to press pause on the YouTube live, and then we're back again at 1 o'clock with our next group. So we have a 15-minute break. Thanks, everybody. Have a good summer.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good job, guys.
Bye.
Okay, so I'm going to pause. Okay, and yes, so we're back at 1.
Sounds good. See you then.
Thank you, guys. Hi, everybody. We're back. Hi, Madeline.
Hi.
Are you ready to begin?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to. Hi, Sean. Hi, Caroline. Thank you guys for joining us. I see Julia there. Hi, Julia. Iván. Hi, Iván. How you doing so long?
Hola, Florencia, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien. Hi, Joy. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so let's just give it a few minutes as our guests are joining us. I know Marceline is still finishing up with SCI-Arc, but we're going to have a few people joining us today. So thank you, everybody, joining us from Mexico to Kent State, Ivan, and Joy also, Taiwan. Oh no, you still there? Yes. So our times probably are. So just one note, I see Mariana joining now. So you all know we're live, we're on pause now, but we're live on YouTube. So if you have any concerns, please let me know. We're being live. Hi, Mariana, thanks for joining us.
Hola.
Hola, Mariana. Let me see, Marceline is coming up soon, and then we'll have also, I'm sure that Elena is also in the SCI-Arc review. So let me grab my phone, hold on 1 second. So as I was saying, we're live on YouTube. So I'm going to continue with our YouTube so we can begin. So I think we have 2 more critics that are going to join us. I think they're both in another review, another Zoom, a parallel Zoom review, Marceline and Elena. But let me begin by, I'll introduce the studio and then we'll introduce all our guests. So let me share the screen. Oh, we opened so many things before that I have to. We did the first group of students earlier on. So thank you everybody for joining us. We will review 4 students today. We just finished 5 students for the morning session. So we continue with our presentation. This brief will be familiar to some people, in particular Caroline, who's teaching with me at Penn. So nothing new here, Caroline. And I'm teaching this class with Jonathan Warner here at SCIARC. So Jonathan, I don't know if like still in the break. If not, Jonathan is here with us as well. So the studio, and you saw the brief that I had attached to the kind of email invitation, but the studio is titled onWeaving. It is titled on that as an homage to Annie Albers. Her book onWeaving is a kind of one of the main references for this class. The students had worked earlier on techniques of weaving, understanding the current situation, the fact that all students are at home. They are not, many of the classes that I've taught through the years have been, heavily related on digital technology for fabrication, model making, and the kind of production of novel objects. So in our new world, our new, state where we are at home, we look at things that we could continue to maintain that tradition, yet using things that you can find at home. or even in your kitchen. Joy was, this is student of mine, in the summer, she had done the models in her oven as well, making cakes and so on. So, similar to that, it's like you adapt to the situation. So in a way, we had adapted to our current situation, and we're looking at weaving as this ancient technique that is still relevant to today. We look at weaving not only for its potential in terms of the material implication that it has, but also for its the implications that it has in terms of drawing, and in particular on notations. The notation being the kind of base drawing or base diagram that we work from. Another topic for us that it was relevant as we address weaving is to look at, what happened to the history of Annie Albers. Am I sharing a mirror board or not?
You're sharing the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. I saw, because I don't see it as a green. I don't see it in a green edge. Yeah, there we go. So, the others, thank you, Ivan. So for us, what it was important also for the studio is to address, some of the issues related to certain techniques, So I'm going to just quote here. Brilliant young women were drawn to the Gropius-led Bauhaus with dreams of becoming architects, only to be informed falsely that weaving was the only appropriate discipline for women. However, architecture's loss was textiles' gain, and this, as it turned out, was a tremendous gift to 20th century textiles and put Annie Albers firmly into the premier ranks of celebrating modernists. So, knowing the fact that no woman architect graduated from the Bauhaus, Gropius, nor Mies, nor Meyer, none of them allowed women inside of that program. It was a huge letdown for whatever I believe of the Bauhaus as an innovative place for. And they were sent literally to the weaving department. So we're kind of challenging weaving as this only discipline for us. Only few were even in the metal department. This is a beautiful photo of all of them working in different departments. None of them graduating as an architect. So we reverse that. By the way, we're all girls in this class, except for Jonathan. So we'll reverse that. We're all graduating from an architecture with an architecture degree. So 100 years later, some things are a bit better, not all of them. The class is framed as a book in chapters. So the students, when they present, they're going to show you how they work through the chapters. Each chapter has a particular technique and how we're addressing the techniques all the way to make it into architecture. So we have moved on from the weaving department into the architecture department. But we begin with our first chapter is on notation. And notation, the draft notations, the discoveries that Annie Albers does from the basic grid paper. We also use hand-drawn drawings or notations of hatch onto a graph paper to kind of identify patterns, how are the patterns working. We move on to understanding the patterns not so much as a grid of colors or black and white drawing, but as a three-dimensional construct. That construct is the weaving surface, which has a warp and a weft. So instead of looking at it as a pixel base of squares or lines in 2D, it's always 3D because there's a three-dimensional overlap of warp and weft. Or models that start to kind of identify that, started to kind of happen. And again, working from home, our laser cutter was a paper yarn. Every student bought a paper yarn, and they shred their yarn paper to create the earlier models. We took that idea from another artist called Hela Shongerius. She has an amazing show. We've been following her work, an amazing show coming up next week on all techniques on weaving and working on the loom, a lot more complex looms than what we had. So we look at these paper models, these laser cut models, in a tectonic manner, like these earlier studies became three-dimensional and became, you know, kind of architectural details for us, even at the scale of a really small paper yarn model. And, you know, and all of those earlier massings. We also try to test in a very, I would say, you know, I would say amateur manner, working on the loom. Annie Albers calls that the texture, you know, the kind of realm of the texture. So if the earlier one is the realm of notation and diagramming, we move on to a kind of realm of textures, because the loom has an underlying mechanism of notation. You need to add your notation below to kind of create the loom textile. But for us, it gave us something that the line didn't have. The line started to get thick. And the fact that students were working on different, with different yarn textures, and whatever they could find, they could order online, and then how they created their looms. You know, they'll show you, beginning with Madeline, the first student, showing how we did our very difficult loom weavings. The project starts with a prop. The prop, we call it, is a ready-made. It's an existing object that we use as a base for which we cover. And this is a gasometer that is located in Buenos Aires. These are images of Helen Bern-Becker of existing gasometers throughout the world. This is a German gasometer that would give electricity to the city, that became obsolete quite fast. Once instead of the gas being isolated, it became a part of the grid of the city. And so you have these monuments in many places, you know, and some places like in Barcelona, they have become, they can become museums and so on. So our gasometer also has a construction system. This is a steel mass. It's really difficult also to take down. So Buenos Aires has kept it as a monument. It's an empty monument in the middle of the city. And for us, the grid of the unfolded facade of that gasometer is a bit like the grid paper. It already has a kind of base notation or a base grid for which we could grab on. But the students also develop adjacent tower on adjacent building to that kind of existing building. The location, as I said, is Buenos Aires. And it's located, this gasometer is located in the outskirts. This freeway that you see there is a little bit like the 405. It's a very heavy transit avenue in Argentina called General Paz. And the gasometer is actually on the province side and not the city. The city of Buenos Aires, it would be on one side, and on the right outside of that is this gasometer that it stands there with no functions, you know, very iconic on a very horizontal context. So the project the students develop is to start working on that, what to do with that building. We created a program. Program is not the center of the studio, it's the way in which we deal with narrative. So the program, each student adapts the program. But what we did is that we work on new ideas of farming through the notion of hydroponic farm, which is like really indoor farming with artificial lighting, and a way in which you can give life to the gasometer, not by converting it into a cultural entity, but actually giving it a kind of a new kind of programmatic integrity by allowing that kind of rawness to exist within a kind of ingrown nature, as well as the kind of landscaping within its context. The final chapters are the plates, which are the renders in a way where the students work through the different projects. Some of you might recall last year in the spring of 2020, similarly, a kind of a transfer from an analog to a digital. We work with painting as a way to kind of bridge the divide between material studies, color studies. Last year was paint, and this year it works through weaving. So how much you kind of develop those elements, they are still in discourse with a different qualities. So that is the introduction. Thank you everybody for joining us. And as we begin, what I would like to ask, because we're live on YouTube also, is that the critics introduce themselves so the students can meet you, and then whichever guest that is seeing us can see our amazing juries. Marceline, you're there. So Marceline Gao, you're first on my list. Hi, Marceline.
Hi, sorry I'm late. I was on 2GBX. We ran over. I'm Marceline Gao, and I am a partner in Servo Los Angeles, and I'm the Design Theory and Pedagogy Coordinator at SCIARC. And I look forward to seeing where this has come since the midterm. Thanks.
Thank you, Marceline, for joining us twice. John Enright. Hi, John. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Florencia. I'm John Enright, Principal at Griffin Enright Architects, and I'm the Vice Director, Chief Academic Officer at SCIARC. Pleased to be here.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Mariana Ibanez.
Hi.
Hi, Mariana.
It's so nice to be here. I am Mariana Ibanez. I am the founder and principal at Ibanez Kim Studio, and I'm also the chair of the architectural department at UCLA.
Thank you, Mariana. And welcome to LA. Congratulations.
Not there yet, but soon.
Well, yeah. You know, and welcome to UCLA, our neighbor. And also Mariana is from Buenos Aires, so she probably knows this gasometer quite a lot. She's seen it many times. Julia Gomez, I have Julia Gomez Candela. Hi, Julia.
Hello, everyone. I am Julia Gomez Candela. Thank you, Florencia, for inviting me again. I'm very pleased to see John Enright and Elena Manfredini again. I am the founder of the Escandelas, a firm in Mexico City.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much for joining us from Mexico. Elena Manfredini.
Thank you, Florencia, for the invitation. Elena Manfredini, graduate program chair at SCIARC, and I have a small practice in Los Angeles called Atelier Manfredini. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Ivan Bernal. Hi, Ivan. Welcome back to SCIARC.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm Ivan Bernal. I'm the Director of Architecture and Urban Design at Kent State University. I'm looking forward to seeing the work.
Thank you so much. Caroline Morgan. Hi, Caroline.
Hi, everyone. I'm Caroline. I am Jonathan's counterpart at Weitzman at Penn. Florencia and I have been collaborating on these studios for a few years. It's never fair because SCIARC always has their final review first. So we're the beneficiary of the work that you guys are going to present today, and I'm excited to see it.
Yes, excellent. We still have 2 more weeks, so more to do. Thank you, Caroline. And last but not least, Joy Day. Hi, Joy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Florencia. My name is Joy, and I'm a recent SCIARC graduate, class of 2020 last year. And I just finished up teaching with Hernan for assistant teaching for his studio yesterday. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these group of projects also in Argentina.
Thank you so much. So I think I'm not missing anybody. Thanks everybody for joining. And we will begin with our first student is Madeline. Madeline is going to share her screen and then I'll navigate Miro. Is that okay, Madeline?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Hi, I'm Madeline. My main area of investigation and obsession in developing this process-based project was to identify and call it the inequalities produced from my weaving iterations. Pattern became an icon. The strong figures produced are relentless and unmissable. Basic studies helped express the pattern and exhibit how the pattern oriented vertically can act as walls of dense growing creatures. Paper not only helped with producing pattern, but also color. Multiple studies are shown here, each with a different color palette, but are unified by the pattern. The pattern and color produced from the paper studies serve as a tectonic finish that later are translated to an architectural resolution. Then there's texture. Color matching yarn and testing yarn with various texture served as an exercise to help me understand the density, thin versus thick. Tight-lipped, fine textile work is countered by unapologetically full and woolly texture. We begin to see the intersection between paper and yarn, and the rigidness present in both. Together, they serve as walls of armor with growth climbing from top to bottom. I then focused on variation of scale, translating the recognizable pattern to unrolled elevations of the gasometer. Early iterations of the project served to express the stiffness and verticality of the weaving. The landscape brings the horizontality of the project. Accents of the loomed weaving are present in the field of plants, weaving in and out of the ground. The weaving climbs the architecture and shapes the way the space is circulated. The shadow of the gasometer shows the monumentality of the building, protected by a field of plants and clad in weaving armor. The weaving frays, loops, and stretches across the gasometer. My obsession with the rigidity of the weaving is identifiable in the section. The weaved interior walls stand tall to allow vegetation to infest them. The gasometer is a semi-permeable space that invites the public to utilize the exterior balconies shown on the right, while the gasometer is private, meant for commercial plant production. And then I will just finish with a quick turntable animation. I think there's a little bit of lag, but it's also present on the Miro board if you want to take a look at it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. That was great. I'm going to share the Miro board. I share the Miro board on the chat for you guys if you want to see, and also I'm going to navigate it for her during the conversation. Also, because sometimes in Zoom, you can't see the amount of details that the students have spent on some of these sections. So I'm just going to zoom in through them as well.
Madeline, can you talk a little bit about the difference between how the weaving strategy works tectonically? So on the exterior, then you've got some on the interior of the gasometer, and then it also makes its way out into the landscape as a kind of mat. And I was wondering if there's a difference in those three kind of applications of the weave that you could differentiate between, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, the weaving is meant to, be applied, as you said, through the tectonics and then the cladding and whatnot, the plants. It's more of a stand-in. It's not meant to be necessarily like a literal, this is the structure, but it's more of a visual. I'm not sure if that's answering your question.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that it's a really beautiful project. And I think that your description of the project was really well formulated. I mean, there was a really beautiful part in the text where you were talking about the difference between tight-lipped weaving and unapologetically sort of unruly or fuzzy or something. And it really, again, I remember some of that from the midterm as well. And I think it's fascinating to think about how weaving as a textile, conventionally we might think about that as something that has an interior application and that is sort of supple and soft and lightweight and more ephemeral. But then saying, okay, this is going to become a cladding system is kind of fascinating. Like how do some of those attributes get captured in that? And then also when it becomes a geotextile, how do those attributes translate? And so I know maybe, it's not to the detail of every material being spec'd, but it does sort of raise the suggestion that there might be, something might be the same color and look like it has the same role in a weave, but then it's made out of a different material. So I think that would be a really fascinating way were this to continue and go into further development.
I'll follow up on Marceline's comments, because even though you say that this is not a literal translation from the drawings to what the real implementation might be, I think there's a lot of incredibly interesting discoveries that could become the focus of an investigation as this becomes imagined as a real project, in how materials behave, what kinds of materials would allow you to produce this type of kind of curvature and the very literal weaving, or how would you manipulate materials that don't necessarily need to behave this way? Maybe, again, something that emerges from some of my own research, that if you try to cover materials that tend to be rigid, a lot is related to the dimensions, right? To the thickness, to the length. And once you get to a certain dimensions, because it's all about proportion, you can begin doing things that with the same material, you will not be able to do at a certain scale. For me, there's something really clever about not necessarily trying to scale one-to-one the weaving as a technique, as it translates the behavior from paper or thread or yarn to a building, but the notion that by operating at the size of a building, even materials that in another context would be rigid will begin to behave differently. So this is one of the things, in many of architecture reviews that might focus on a technique or on a material, the question of scalability is really important. And the fact that you're building your models as models and not as prototypes produces a certain friction, right? But I think there's something in the translation of that scale where I can imagine a scenario where some of these formal and tectonic propositions can actually be achieved with material. So I want to see the project in that way, with a certain degree of applicability. So all of things can be read as discoveries to, produce facade systems and almost some of the same rubrics and labels that you're using, like texture and, obviously the use of color and material organization. For me, there's something very convincing about how you're doing the scalar translation between the 2D small exercise and the application to the building. I very much appreciate that.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Ivan.
Thanks, John. Madeline, I think the project is beautiful, and I think the section tells a lot about your project and the way that you're thinking of this. There's a lot of sectional connections, visual connections that you're trying to incorporate, and I think the thing that connects everything together is the pattern and the weaving that you're trying to produce. So I really like that. I think there's a missed opportunity in the way that the landscape connects to the tower, the transition of that pattern from landscape to tower. And I'm not saying that it has to be the same, but the relationship between the two of them doesn't seem well resolved yet. But on that note, I think you've done a couple of things that I think are very interesting in dealing with weaving, which is how you end the weave, right? So thinking about carpeting and things like that, how you cut those edges, and how some of them are kind of like left open or left like hanging if there's some kind of dynamics involved in that, and kind of like the air might move them and whatnot. So there might be some noise involved in this as well, going back to Mariana's comment about the materiality and what kind of impact the material has. But at the same time, I think when you start thinking about materials and scale, based on the previous comments, you might move on into ergonomics. I think there's a lot of potential for your studies in the way that you're managing scales to go from large scale to small scale. And at the small scale, how these patterns can start becoming more related to the human scale, kind of like furniture, and start producing really interesting patterns that further amplify the section. So it doesn't remain as an applique on the section surface of architectural surface, but it actually kind of like mutates the space itself. So you can start thinking people taking places or sitting or leaning against these surfaces. Some of them might be flexible, some of them might be solid, some of them might be concealing, kind of like what you have. And then there's the whole dynamic that happened with nature. So I think once you start tackling the issue of landscape to building through the pattern, that's also going to turn into the vegetation that happens in the landscape that might then come into the building as well, and not necessarily solely as trees the way you have it, but it might be smaller scale like grass and bushes and other kinds of horticulture that you're thinking that the brief calls for. But overall, I think that the project is beautiful.
Yeah, you know, I really like the enlarged kind of chunk model that you did that was shown previously, and agree on the really wonderful aesthetic qualities that you were able to evoke out of this. I wonder if you know, there's something inherently structural about a weave, how it connects, and even things like trusses in a sandwich of a floor plate in a way are a kind of weave, right? Like the weave of steel trusses and members. Even cardboard is a kind of weave structurally. And I was wondering if there were ways that you could apply this technique to other parts of the building, and instead of simply being draped. It certainly works as being draped, and it does a lot of things. And I agree with the comments related to landscape. But it seems another way, and it's like interesting in this image at the bottom where the weave turns white or gray, like the color of what you consider architecture, which is the gasometer and then the added floor plates, etc., that are kind of neutralized, and then the beautiful color of the weave is foregrounded. But I wonder if there were points where this could infect and start to make the architectural components of which you choose to say is a different world. And this may have been something that we'll see in the studio, but I would be always looking for bridging where the formal or the technique could actually help you make things even in prosaic, like holding a floor plate up and things like that. And I think you're right on the edge. And the reason I can talk about it is you built it all so well, and seeing it there. It's like one more click in that direction, and these things could kind of come in and become floor plates, and it wouldn't take too much. But you can only get there if you go this far in a project. So great job.
So maybe a few words about weaving, which I thought, by the way, is a very interesting topic for a studio, and the subordinate discourse of women and weaving, which I think is the thread of the entire studio, that there is a discourse and then there is another discourse, and weaving is the other discourse. Because it deals with domesticity, with women work, but most of all, I think for architecture has something to do with the division between arts and crafts. And weaving in its history has been always lumped into the problem of craft and not in the problem of art, and therefore has been overlooked for centuries as a void of conceptual rigor, because it was supposed to be simply a craft. And also soft materials have been always disregarded because they're temporary, therefore not architectural materials. So this whole history and the whole studio, I think, is about a subordinate discourse in terms of gender, craft, and material persistencies and durability. But in reality, I think weaving is complex and very mathematical and computational. I think we have phenomenal tools now to weave our clothes. It's actually one of the fields that has been developed incredibly because of computation and because of how woven things can happen. I also think that there is a wealth of knowledge on our tools as architects to actually produce those weaves, mathematically speaking. Many people have developed grasshopper scripts and to create these incredible stitching patterns and woven textures that have also structural abilities. So I think that as a general approach to architecture, weaving can and should take this subordinate discourse into actually a mainstream discourse, because it is now more than ever time for this to re-enter the discipline of architecture in places where it has been always outside. And so I praise the choice of Florencia to select this as a topic for studio, because I think this is maybe one of the many steps that textiles have to do to go back into architecture. This studio also makes me think of the beautiful tapestries that Frank Gehry has proposed in Washington, never built, I think, or even the fish in Barcelona, which was absolutely woven metal. It was one of the first examples prior to Bilbao and many other buildings, actually, where he made a step in between sculpture and architecture through metal. And weaving was the way in which he somehow solved the problem of the complex curvature of the fish in Barcelona, which is still, I think, one of the primary examples of contemporary weaving done by, I guess, a man. So, you know, not that subordinate after all.
I wanted to mention, thank you, Elena, for that comment, but I wanted to mention that Jonathan, who's teaching with me, devised a script, which is also our background through Houdini, to convert this notation, which is the black and white notation, into a woven 3D. So what you see here is all coming from that script that was developed. And then the students also mix with Substance Painter, some of the elements of the yarn, which is not necessarily coming through a script, but everything that you see as a weaving is coming from a script in Houdini. Just a note on the shifting paradigms from the analog craft to kind of the digital realm.
I would like to say, but again, every time that SCIARC invite me, they blow my mind, because I never know what I'm going to see. And suddenly they show you this, and I am like, wow, these guys are crazy. Always, they don't stop. But it's amazing. I agree with Ivan about the ending of this. How do you cut, or how do you start? I think I would like to see something more like that, like the part of the technique. There's the openings. I would like to see how do you solve it? How, like when you have your face, the skin has a pliegue here. I don't know how to say it in English, but you have the comisura of
a fold, yeah.
Yes, and it's the same skin. How sometimes it works in one way, in one way it works in another way. And I would like to see how do you solve it in this weaving technique. I am a passionate of weaving, so I really, really appreciate the theme as well. And you are always amazing. All the students in SCIARC are amazing, every time.
We have a color palette like your background, Julia.
I know.
Yeah, we need, that would be another studio to do the cutouts. How you call it? No guirnalda, but papel picado. Papel picado. Yeah. Yes, that's the next thing. Instead of the shredder, the paper shredder, will do papel picado, like a laser cut.
Florencia, one question: how much could the students manipulate the script as they were giving the information? What was the process like? They run the patterns, they get, I imagine, a 3D model based on those patterns, and then they can and change it, let's say manually, and adjust it, or do they have to stay true to the weaving pattern conceptually to the brief of the studio?
Maybe Madeline, you can answer how you did it, but I think the students work in different ways. Some they change the scale. You could change in Houdini the let's say so it wouldn't come as flat, but it will create a wave, let's say. So they could manipulate it, and then they start pulling on some of the lines. I don't know, Madeline, did you do that manually or you brought it? So it's a mixture of, kind of 3D.
Mm-hmm. My approach was that I did want to kind of pull apart the threads and whatnot, but I still wanted to stay true to the pattern and have that pattern be noticeable, because it was such a strong figure in the beginning of the process. So I didn't alter it much, but the like loose strands, those were manually done and weaved into the more dense areas.
I just mentioned, Madeline, because I will find it difficult for me to resist to pull on those threads. Every time they're too tight together, every so often pick some of them and kind of like just pull them. And in Spanish, you say desenhebrar from the top and the bottom and kind of like leave these things hanging. I think there's a process of, I think the project is beautiful, but there's a process of cleanliness that remains in the project that is kind of like very true to the process that was developed to produce the patterns. And I think maybe you can emphasize that more, kind of like pinpoint what are the threads that you're pulling or pulling on to kind of like disturb the pattern and kind of like break it a little bit, or not necessarily break it, but like deform it a little bit. I think that might be also helpful because it's another added layer that gives you more agency as well. Mm-hmm. And might provide opportunities that you couldn't otherwise see as the pattern is developed, kind of like flattened and then roll into a three-dimensional object.
I just really want to comment on, I agree with the comment about the landscape. And what I was interested in was, you know, if you described your project as climbing the architecture. And I was wondering, like, you know, at a city scale, if your project had thought about climbing like the freeway. I think that is another opportunity that you could view it as part of the weave in some way, whether it's like through landscape or parts of your project. So I commend you on your work for working at various scales. I know it's tough zooming in and out, but I think the details of, you know, the looseness and the tightness of your project is really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madeline. Amazing work.
Thank you.
Again, I think it's nice to see for the first project. It's Madeline also said she really stayed close to the earlier studies. You know, sometimes the projects become more abstract or not. You can look at Miro for the earlier sessions, but you know, each time you know adapt to different elements from the process. But this studio also is very process-based. So the process is really relevant when we talk about each element, you know, and sometimes quite attached and always going back to that. Thank you, everybody. Wenxi, there you go. Wenxi, do you want to share? You're going to present and then I'll share the Miro?
Yeah, I can present.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wenxi. So my project is also starting from the weaving process. So we first start with the paper weaving, which will, and also the notation, which will give a general sense of weaving. And then, like at first, I'm kind of interested about like the weaving directions, like the both horizontal and vertical. So I kind of combine them together. And then during I'm physically doing the paper weaving model, I'm interested about the quality of the weaving itself, the physical quality. So you can see it's kind of a combination of rigid and irregularity. And also here comes the color version, which the logic is also following the weaving, which is like developed in two directions. And here is a paper model. And then comes to the texture. So during I'm make the loom yarn, I feel it's quite interesting about the conditions. And since I'm reading at the same time, I recognize that Duluth and Guattari, when they talked about weaving, They think it's kind of limited in the certain grid, and also has a boundary, very clearly boundary. But then I think, but when I come to wave my things, I feel like all the things can be take out of the boundaries. So which is kind of similar to architecture design. So, and at the same time, I kind of pick the edges as a special condition to develop my project. And then it's a crop, which I learned something about collage and trying to make the overlayers or like the transitions of scales, like such kind of practice. And then we are kind of thinking about references from Hilla Jungaros and Bernard Hilla-Batcher. So I think these kinds of comparison of these similar geometries are quite interesting, since they are kind of in totally different times, and also using the quite different materials. And also I think the color makes the Hilla Jungaros sculptures more modern than before, like the traditional industry buildings. And also we have a close look to the place, which is Buenos Aires. And I am trying to find some like typical South American natural things to kind of compare it with what I'm doing. And then comes the massing, which I trying to use the collage, as I said before, to kind of develop or explore my directions. So, and also put the building on the side to get a sense of the urban. Then will be the field, which is like our building is more about agriculture. So we are kind of take a close look at different ways of planning vegetations. So I think here in my section, the vegetations are like embedded in the cooperated with the wavings together. Finally is plates. So here is a general view of my project, and also the front view. And what I'm focusing on is kind of manipulating the wavings and trying to find the difference between the technique of wavings, which will, like you can see different connections and different conditions of connections, and like the edges have the different positions. So I think for now, waving is not just about like develop a 2D surface. It can, when it's shrouded or when it's changed in the scales, when it's shifting in different different positions, it becomes it can become 3-dimensional and becomes to become the figures itself rather than just a pattern. Yeah, that's it. And here is a video about like a main strategy of this tower. So when the weaving part insert into the building, it comes to create a space at the same time, rather than just like work as an elevation or patterns. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, thank you, Wenxi. So I'll share the mirror board. I just want to point out to an earlier drawing from midterm review that Wenxi did of the kind of concept of that weaving she presented.
I love that early drawing still. I remember we talked about it on the midterm. And I think what's really remarkable, Wenxi, is the way in which your project has this kind of very almost like introverted quality, where at first I was thinking, you know, why is everything happening on the sort of new building and nothing in the gasometer? Like when I went to the bottom of the mirror board, and then I looked more and I realized when you get to the section and you see like all of this is happening inside. And so it's sort of like this, you know, the extroverted piece, which is kind of attached, is then making its way inside. And a lot of the magic is happening in there. And I think what's really well done is also the sort of glow on the gasometer. It's in the lower renderings on your board. Oops, I just lost my place in the mirror board. But it's almost like it's casting, you kind of wonder, is this a glow from the woven part of the new building, or is this something that's being sort of revealed through a filigree? Like, have you sort of etched away at the surface of the gasometer to reveal the weaving inside? And it makes me think a lot of this text that Jeff Kipnis wrote a long time ago called The Cunning of Cosmetics, which was about the signal box by Herzog and de Meuron. You might enjoy reading that, because it seems like some of the issues, he was talking about how cosmetics are applied to skin and there aren't really like hard edges, but it creates this kind of gradient glow. And it seems to me that's the magic of your project. You've really been able to achieve that. And the other thing I think is quite accomplished in your studies, when you shift from the vertical to the horizontal in some of the upper, I forget what I think you've labeled it that way as well. Something about moving from, if you go up, Florencia, maybe this is just amazing, I think, in terms of, because the logic of the weave, as you pointed out with your quote from Deleuze and Guattari, is it sort of seems to be so constraining, and you've gotten it to do so many things where it's sort of like the tapestry becomes effervescent. These are sort of, beginning to bubble out of the surface. And so I think that's quite an achievement for a linear system that's based on a kind of XY logic to get these kind of effects to occur. It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Wenxi, I might have missed it, but can you talk a little bit about this section and how the performance of the building, what happens inside, and how the two are connected?
So for the section is at the bottom. Yeah, here. Like what I'm talked before, like I'm trying to use a kind of contract geometry to refresh the urban context. So I'm also since the former studies are more about like compared the halogen gas new kind of plastic bottles with the traditional or the industrial architecture. I think here is kind of corresponding to that point, like I'm using a irregular form to attach with the gasometer, and also like I'm using a kind of a flipped geometry inside, so it's kind of like reflect with each other. So people sometimes can get a very beginning sense when they are like walking far away from the gasometer, but when you like walks in, you will see totally different things. So it's also like it's also about the wavings inside and also the wavings outside. The outside form are kind of easily to capture, but it's when you like walk into the building, you can hardly to tell it's just like a weaving or like just a frame or which has a kind of physical use function of it. So it's kind of, yeah, like corresponding to both these two ideas.
And I bring it up because two things. I think Florencia mentioned the monumentality of the gasometer. And I think the moment that you put another mass in front of it or next to it, it emphasizes that you can look at it from a perspective that is not pedestrian, that you can actually come into the next tower to look at this thing in proximity. So it's a strange dynamic, and also compositionally to have this cylinder then next to this shape that is more, is not as controlled as a cylinder in a good way. I think that contrast plays really well for you. But then in section, what I think is very exciting is, if I read the section correctly, it seems that the new tower that you're proposing kind of like slightly touches the building, the gasometer. It penetrates it, but it also comes under and comes inside of the gasometer from the underneath. And therefore it produces kind of like a new ecosystem or a new atmosphere that is happening inside the gasometer that is more related to the exterior than it is to the interior. And this is just me reading your drawings. I don't know if this is correct, but I think the textile and the patterns and the weaving can start kind of like notating that more. That when you're inside the gasometer, it's almost like an outdoor experience. It's only that it's kind of like enclosed to some degree, and then you can create porosity and whatnot to create maybe a vivarium or something that you're thinking of, but that you translated the inside of the gasometer to an in-between space, neither outside or inside, but the actual inside space is the space, the new mass that you're producing that actually penetrates the existing gasometer. And I think that dynamic and that conversation between the two masses is very interesting. I do advise you to look a little bit into the connection in the section between the two of them, the moment that both of them touch, especially in the section when they intersect, and how the textiles or the pattern can help you resolve that connection between the two of them. Right now, they're just going through each other. So maybe there's some transition that happens through colors, patterns, and materials that can help you kind of like negotiate that intersection a little bit better. But overall, I really enjoy the section. This large space that you're producing and that you're coming at it from the bottom, I think is pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd kind of reiterate that idea. You know, it looks like the gasometer, what I imagine that you modeled, those horizontal members are probably steel rods or cables that are incredibly under tension, right? Because of the pressure previously when it was used to store gases. These things, as they work, as I understand them, the tops were heavy weights, which actually also compress the gas. But that image, yeah, is so fantastic. Like where you're actually finding a place where these two things can merge, yet separate, as I think has been mentioned. I think it was really smart to try to do kind of other building, and because these things are so dominant as fixtures, and the scale so large that a kind of pairing even a smaller one is great. And of course, as has been said, infecting it inside. It's funny, and I'm such an old fogey. I ask for plans and things like that and still think they're relevant. But like you do sections, but the plan of this thing would be really awesome.
We have a roof plan.
I know you don't.
Roof plan.
I know
I
you
love
don't.
plans, but I do one studio on plan, one studio on section.
Right.
No, Caroline? One plan, one
Right.
section, one plan.
We go
It's just
back
one
and
at a
forth.
time.
We
Yes.
go back and forth. Why would you do both? Like,
Yeah, no, we don't.
Right.
Both at the
Yeah.
same time, never. I think we never did
But
that.
my point being that the diagram would be wonderful of the kind of pure circle of the gasometer and then your piece in this like difference, as well as seeing it infect. We haven't really talked about program much. I guess I don't know. I'm sure it was in the brief and I didn't read it, but like where you actually occupy. It looks like you weighted it below in the gasometer and then kept a big volume above. Anyway, yeah, a really wonderful project. This image, I think Marceline pointed out. I mean, when you were presenting, I was like, oh, I got to go back to that one there on the left. And yeah, really great.
Maybe I mentioned, since I did double introduction to the two sections, but our program is a hydroponic farm. So this building could have porosity. It doesn't have to be watertight. It's not like converting this, like many European gasometers were converting into museums. This could be all open. Yeah, it could leak, So it's right. It's nature taking over.
Thanks.
I agree with everyone as always, but that powerful image is amazing. The green one, the one that you see the interweaving like that I think it's amazing. And as John wants the plans, I like the cost. I would love to see how much this cost and how can you build it, like the details of construction. No, I love cost and construction, but I am very proud of Wenxi, I don't know if I am pronouncing it well. Yeah. For these, like the exploration in these connections and the boundaries, these the loose ends, the limited grid, and the way that the new volume enters in the gasometer, I really, 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 really like it. So congratulations. I think it's an amazing work.
Thank you.
I love that every time Julia turns on her sound, it's like there's music in the background. I feel like I should be there and not where I am. It's very quiet.
What are we doing here? Yeah, Julia, we're all coming.
It's all wrong. I actually really love the two drawings that are the flat patterns, where you did the translation from black and white to color that are a little bit further up. Those two side by side. I find these drawings incredible. And I find them incredible in the amount of things I can project onto them. So I don't know if they're plans or unfolded elevations or scaleless patterns. I just think what you accomplished with the lines is phenomenal. It made me think how, in a computational context, when you do a low resolution polygon, it tends to produce not curves, but the approximation of a curve, something that is jagged. And when you do high resolution curves, you create smoothness. And here there's almost like an inversion of that, right? That the high res ends up, when you fill all the pixels, ends up producing a grid, a very rigid XY grid. And when you begin to remove some of that information and reducing the resolution, it allows you to produce softness. And somehow I was trying to find in these drawings, perhaps the clues of what was going to happen in 3D. And I'm trying to understand how the studio operates in that context. And maybe that's not how the process was conducted. But in a sense, I think in the translation between these and how this gets applied or imagined as a building, that there could be potential for finding some of those clues in these patterns themselves. As a completely separate comment to that, again, second project that I see, and I did not see the midterm in that sense, the question of the single material to solve everything. I think there was a lot of computational work done in the late 90s and in the early 2000s when there was work with patterns and also with an exuberance of form. And a lot of times the assumption was that there was a single system and a single material translating. And in this case, for me, the addition of color and some other formal language opens up the possibility that even when you're thinking about the weave, you don't have to operate in a monomaterial context. And John mentioned something about the structural role of the weaving. And in this particular project, I imagine that some of the lines could be made out of more rigid materials and formally and proportionally operate in the same way. So when you look at a 2D view, they will completely disappear in the context of the total pattern. But once they become three-dimensional, if a line is able to double up, then in the same material or change the material, that this is how you would produce an independent structure since you're creating a completely separate building. So this notion of the single material versus the different materials is something that could allow to qualify the lines even further. And the last thing I would say, I think Marceline used the word glow, and some of those properties made me think of the work of Janet Eckelman or Hellman. I don't know if you know her work, but she works primarily with weaving, and it's all done with textiles. And the way she uses colors produces this kind of glow, and with a color palette that it's not entirely dissimilar to what you're doing. So I think it's something, a reference that you would be interested in looking at.
Yeah, I would take a look. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, Marianne, if you can add a link into the chat, we'll add it. Our chat has been overloaded. We had an Aliyah Saban in our previous, she gave us the history of weaving in art. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Wenxi.
Thank you.
I'll stop share. Great images. So we move to you, the next student. Do I see her? Yes. Hi, you. How you doing? So you want to share first, and then I'll share the mirror board.
Yeah. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Sorry, it's
I can share also the Zoom, the mirror page if you want.
yeah, let me try it again. My computer is a little bit slow right now. Sorry, I'll share it now. Okay, sorry about that. So my concept starts with thinking about the annotation as also like the figure and ground drawings. So I'm thinking like how this black and white can also present extrusion in graphics. So that's how I start to develop my weaving patterns. So here are several iterations of the notations. And then I also think about colors as a way for blurring the extrusions. So when combining pink and yellow together, the yellow will give you an effect of the extrusion. And also when we're doing with the yarn, I also try to use different thickness of yarn to present extrusions. So you can see how this puffiness of yarn is weaving in and out with a plain weave, and then how different textures is presenting on the surface. So when we start to think about the gasometer, the design of the gasometer, I literally start thinking about challenging the shape of the cylinder. So I first apply the annotations, and then I start to extrude them through like pulling and pushing to create volumes on the gasometer for programs. So I tried both the like paper digital weaving, and also like use different thickness of yarn to change the shape of a cylinder. And later I try to combine these two methods, like how this puffiness and more solid analog weaving to become a bigger volume to occupy it, and then how this paper digital weaving is more porous and invites lighting and fresh airs. So I also think about like how to present this puffiness. So I look at these mycelium panels growing from mushrooms. So then I try to integrate this mushroom growing farm as part of the hydroponic system in my building. So here is a section of the gasometer, and the central core is the typical hydroponic farm, vertical farming, which the pipes will flow through. And then the rest can be the mushroom for farming, and it can also be productive and also like experience for visitors. This is how I try to integrate weaving from the facade to the ground, and how this analog weaving becomes like an abstraction of rewilding on the site. And here's a section of the building. So the main gasometer will remain private for food growing, and then the visitors can climb up along the facade to peek into, like when the volumes intersect with the gasometer, they can peek through it and then see the hydroponics farm inside, and they can also experience a small portion of mushroom farmings in these volumes. And the rooftop will be roof gardens. which the circulation will like go from one side and goes up into the roof and then go down from the other side. Yeah, and that's all about it. I can also share a short video. So, so the way of extrusion is applied on facade with both the solid mesh and the weaving. That's it. Thank you.
You know, I think there's such a beautiful.
Thank you. I'll share the mirror.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's such a beautiful mirroring in kind of your original three-dimensional weaving studies, you and the kind of mycelium hydroponic farming that you've chosen to mimic. Like, I feel like some of your puffy weaving kind of mimics like the idea of the mushroom growing on these totem poles that they then do later. And so it's nice to see that reflected back in the overall massing as well. So I think programmatically, there's a really beautiful narrative here.
Were you thinking those growths are made out of like a not conventional, but like a solid material? Or they're part of the weaving as well? Are they still soft and flexible? Because they're represented fairly solid, not as just kind of like the density of fibers.
You mean the more solid big volume part?
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking it can like be cladding by mycelium panels, because I see it can grow like different thickness on the panels, so it can also show like a little bit of puffiness.
But is it cladding, or is the envelope made out of fibers, highly packed or highly dense fibers?
So the mesh volume part will be cladding, I think, and then the weaving part, that I haven't thought about it. It's for now it's like piping and then weaving through like tubes, like profile, like the round tubes with square tubes, so which can run water, and then also like the square one can grow vegetations.
Because I think that there might be something about when you're dealing with the hydroponic, the farm part of it, the agriculture part of it, there's a material quality of yarn and textiles that have to do with hydrophobic, that you can actually, there's a lot of research done on hydrophobic textiles that repel water. And if you were to match that with the ones that absorb water, so, and then the ones that absorb water actually expand and contract based on rain patterns and things like that. I think the puffiness, what you're calling, can have a relationship to how they kind of like absorb water and how the farming portion of the building program is attached to that. And then the one that is hydrophobic is actually more like dry spaces that are for exhibition or something like that. So I would like to see that it's not like solid or weaving or cladding and solid, and that's kind of those kind of like differentiations, but maybe it's more one material that has different qualities embedded in it and can therefore kind of like organize the building solely on the material qualities of it. I think one thing that I do want to mention, I think the middle atrium probably would have been better served as a giant open space or some kind of like thing that just cuts throughout the whole tower instead of breaking it down in slabs similar to the spaces adjacent to it. I understand that that's where the farm happens, the agriculture happens, the vertical agriculture happens, but you don't really need to walk on it. So maybe thinking of a system that you can still grow stuff, kind of like anchored through the weaving, kind of things that just hook onto the walls, but don't necessarily rely on a slab for people to walk and put it. I think that would have opened that space very beautiful. And you can actually use it as an oculus, bring lighting and whatnot. So that just one comment on that. I think maybe removing those slabs in the center space might be a good idea.
I think this project does show that sometimes the computer is the weak link. You know, there's so much talking about the computer and how incredibly powerful it is in visualization, and it does do that. But in your project, I think the quality of the woven textiles and puffiness, I think, went beyond the maybe beyond the brief even of Florencia. I mean, with the creativity of the piece on the loom, it truly is a gorgeous set of physical models. And you have, by the way, done, I think, as much as we could possibly do to get this into the computer. I do believe that there is a lot of skills behind the translation of this piece into the computer. Through scanning and through Houdini and through scripting and through colors. And yet, this is still a phenomenal piece. And I think the computer is a moment of weakness, meaning that it does not actually represent very well textiles yet. And if it did happen to represent textiles good enough, it's still this messiness and complexity and randomness and material behavior, not yet as much as we would like it to be. But then I think when you bring up again the mushrooms and all those things that could imagine this puffy yellow and pink pieces of fabric to become, I think the project takes a complete different twist, which I think and I believe could have even more of these qualities, because they will have not only the puffiness, but then the textures and then the edges and the fringes, and then they will start also, mushrooms have a smell, and those are becoming a series of fragrances that you walk through, and the flowers, etc. So to me, this project is pushing the computer towards an edge where it cannot represent the potential of the analog, which I think happens all the time, that something is not firmly described by geometrical armatures, and this is the case. So anyway, I just want to say that because I think the project is really gorgeous, and I think you've done as much as you could to translate it. And probably the only translation of this would be real materials in real scale, which is also the second issue of the project. How then all those tectonic qualities of a small physical model become large models, etc. And is even useful to other computer in between.
I think tying into what Elena just brought up, and also Ivan's comments and about the way in which the materials are potentially could have different properties, flexible, more soft and textile-like. The challenge of how you translate that, like maybe I keep staring at these, I think Florencia was zooming in on it a minute ago, these ones that are like in cups, they're almost like bouquets with the weaving. Oh, it's down lower. Yeah. Or these, or yeah. And there are some below as well that I think give clues. I mean, maybe the difficulty is in doing like a photogrammetry of that whole weave. Everything is connected. And that's where, like Yvonne was asking about, is this a surface or is it still something that is like a puffy substance, a material? And so maybe the next step would be to detach some of these and model them like the small yellow balls, which are kind of pieces of yarn that loop around, model those as separate objects and kind of nest them in. I also think these are remarkable cues to how one could treat a landscape in terms of, looking at how yours kind of makes its way out onto the ground. They're just really exquisite. So I would second that. And I think it is a real challenge. Like, how do you get these qualities to live in the computational world? And I would agree with Elena that I think you've done a remarkable job in taking that on. It's not easy. Beautiful.
I think, Marceline, to that comment and Elena's comment, remember, Marceline, in the conversations and midterm review, the pertinent conversation was the students that were working, what's Houdini and what's photogrammetry? And then the division between how much you could do. Houdini worked really well, I have to say, at the tectonic level, because it started to identify the fibers as a material. And then photogrammetry, it's more difficult. You know, in the morning session, the last two projects, we relied a lot on texture mapping, but you know, going into micro level, something that we did a lot last year with Jonathan, of like really identifying the texture, you know, in a kind of with Substance Painter in a very literal way. But I agree with Elena, the limits of computation and or limits to choose what we focus on. I have to say that we try to do a lot this semester. I think the students try to carry it on from like the analog model, the transferring them into 3D. These are some earlier midterm studies. A lot of work on the sections to devise a program and a study, and then, you know, figuring out a landscape. So I think that maybe a more focus, like Marceline is saying, isolating the parts, you know, recognizing the qualities of either or like Ivan is talking about, material implications and so on. I think those, you know, those are things that if we had a year studio, we will go into something in so much detail, but, you know, as always, the powerful early models always give you so much. And in use case, I think, you know, those models are quite, the flower caps, Marceline, you're saying, are quite incredible.
Flor, do we have time for one more comment? Yeah.
Yes.
No, I was thinking that perhaps, not as a catch-all, but in this context, actually material computing might offer a good avenue or a good space to investigate these. I'm gonna put one reference in the chat. I don't know if you know the P-World project by Carles. And I think in that sense, there is something where the model that exists exclusively in the space of the computer might not attempt to solve or simulate all aspects of the project. And there's a part of related to material behavior or material computation that might exist on another realm. And obviously that can introduce variations. And for me, what's always interesting about that particular world is that the type of precision that we aspire to have in the context of computation, in the context of physical computing, I think there's different tolerances, and because the objectives are different of that specific medium. So I saw that interesting in that context. And relative to that, my reading of the project was that the gasometer was a scaffold to the first layer of the weaving, and that second layer was a scaffold to these growths or pieces that appear to be more rigid or actually engage with a completely different material behavior. And in that sense, for me, it was very interesting how to sort of offer a different reading of surface, because the weaving is so surface-like in terms of what it produces. And for me, the growth were a very interesting operation, that it was not only about changing the scale through the material or through the accumulation or the rigidity, but that it completely transforms the function of the elements and the relationship that it has with the other two. So there's a very rational way of describing the role of each one of the elements as they come together in this kind of type of assembly that transcends, I think, the just the accumulation of elements and the image making. I thought that was an interesting opportunity. But this project, then, I think that the material world can produce a type of productive friction to imagine what those protrusions might be.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that, you know, I think all these elements you can continue brewing even after, but, you know, it's like, again, it's been intense in trying to figure out all of those things and how we kind of develop them through the work. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. As we move, I don't know what happened to our mirror board. I don't, it got moved a bit, but our final project is Lauren. I'm going to stop share. Lauren, if you want to, I'll clean up, I'll organize a bit the mirror board while you present, and then I'll go back to the, or you want me to present, Lauren?
No, I have a PDF, and then you can show the mirror board after.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
So for my project, I really had to focus on color. We started with paper and black and white, but color was something that I was really looking to use in my project. So I found color palettes that inspired me from items in my house, and then I translated those into paper weaving patterns, combined them to see how they would work, but I ended up sticking with this one on the right. In terms of notation, black and white, I started with a couple different patterns, then I ended up combining these two to get a pattern that isn't too predictable, but it also has an order to it. And then I went to give it color using the color palette I chose with this little pop of green. There is, when you look at the black and white, there's kind of a lack of diagonal or oblique in the pattern, but by adding different colors or pixels to these circular shapes in the color pattern, it's kind of able to get these flat circles to emerge from the rest of the pattern. So here's just, I did a paper weaving of this project in progress. And then taking these patterns and putting 4 of them together to create a bigger one. So there's even, there's still order, but it's a little more in the chaos. And then moving to texture, I found yarn that corresponded to my color palette. You used different textures, sizes, different sheen, etc., to create my pattern. And what I found interesting was how the front of the weave was very tight. You could see the pattern in it, even though like the different sizes kind of warped it a little bit. But when you flipped it over, the back has a lot of loose strands. It's very chaotic. There's no order to what you see compared to the front. And then just kind of molding it around to see what kind of shapes I could get out of that. So I took that pattern, the paper pattern, kind of wrapped it around to see how it would look around a cylindrical building. It created new patterns out of different scales, orientations of the previous patterns that I had done. One that's black and white, one that was in color. We really see the differentiation in like the pixels, the pixel kind of vibe that you get from them. So using those, I took a first pass at application. It kind of started like a wrapping paper with a gift, around a gift, boxes versus the cylinder. But then I kind of decided to take the cylinder as a volume, parallel it, double it, but then contrast the rigidness and the tightness of the weave on the cylinder with the looser, more organically shaped masses that kind of slump over, similar to what happened when I took that weave I did and kind of tried to mold it into different shapes. And then with the idea of the gasometer, I wanted to see how, I wanted to make sure that it sat in the site in a way that was beneficial to the city field. And there were, I took the weaving, kind of weaved it in and out of the landscape. So you could see that the pattern physically emerges and creates shapes versus the flat. And then for renderings, so what I planned for this is the gasometer has a, let's see, the section. The gasometer has an area where it brings the outdoors indoors. So you would be able to enter through either side. These are basically indoor gardens where you can grow fruit trees, plants, etc. There'd be farmers market. You can see water collection coming from the roof down underground. These bottom levels be open to the public. And then as you walk through into this bottom mass, again, this bottom mass would be open to the public. Another vertical or another kind of indoor field, 2 levels. There would this mass would have like this cafe, shops, restaurants, and then the top mass here would be more business oriented, where there would be labs, the vertical gardens, offices, rooftop, and there's a connection directly from this one indoor garden that you can walk straight across to another indoor garden in this upper mass as well. So yeah, and that is my project. So I'll stop sharing.
Okay, so let me share the mirror board. You want me to play the turntable from here?
Yeah, you can. It's very, I wasn't able to get it to do what I wanted, so it's very jerky, but it's what I was able to get done with what I had.
Okay. Oh, great. Oh. Okay, I'll begin with this one there. Thank you, Lauren. Last but not least, your colors match our backgrounds. Look at that. Jonathan did all the matchy-matchy.
Thank you for the presentation. You know, what struck me about the project, and this is a great image probably for this comment I'm going to make. You know, the weaves that you did with actual yarn were really compelling, and what it I guess reminded me of is this exercise is so interesting. When we think of fabric, of course, it is not two-dimensional fabric, like whether it's yarn or thread or silk. Has a dimension to it. It's not flat like the earlier studies of paper. And what I like about the project is that it seems to bridge those. So the gasometer is a kind of 2D, like low flat weave. And then your project on the side seems to have dimensionality, or at least the illusion of it, if it's just a shadow. And we've talked a little bit today about how maybe to translate that to materiality or actual material, and I realize with the aims of the studio it's probably difficult, but I think it leads one to imagine a kind of flat 2D cladding versus another way of distortion of the weave, like compressing, it looks like on the left, that could be a 3-dimensional mass, you know, like the yarn that you did. And it seems like also maybe also the inside of this could be like the backside of your yarn studies, you know, where it kind of gets chaotic and it's no longer weave. Or some, yeah, those are so great. Ono is the other one. There's another one where you notice the back of it was, there we go, right there on the right. See, the one on the right still has some semblance of a weave, right? There's some of it there, but it's turned into a completely other thing. It'd be so interesting to see kind of like you have that transformation in the two, that somewhere else in the project this kind of quality was able to happen. Like you just totally let it like go, you know? A really great project.
I love this image too, and maybe I will connect it to one of your black and white patterns where you start having the very clear order between the white circles or the black circles. I can't remember where in the board it is, but Florence, I don't know if you know what I'm referring to. Yeah, this one on the left. Yeah, for me, perhaps this was different than other introduced this opportunity to have a very clear system that at some point becomes disrupted. And whether the disruption is an accident or a property that emerges versus something that is preconceived and designed, I thought there was a beauty understanding things as order and something that disrupts it. And in that sense, for me, the front and back of that patch of fabric was something similar, which is an apparent order that can also generate something completely different. So I was trying to find a way to read these binaries as they apply to the project. And I'm not sure I find them everywhere. So if anything from my side, there's kind of a desire to understand what becomes regulation and what becomes disruption. And for I thought of OMA's project for Parc de la Villette, you know, the incredibly clear diagram of the striation, but the more you zoom in, you realize that something that appeared to be extremely repetitive holds a world of differentiation as the interior qualities of each one of those bands gets resolved. So for me, this project can play a little bit that line. Again, like at a certain degree, it's kind of fairly simple, something that is almost purposefully rigid, and then finding what produces the anomaly that kind of breaks the system, breaks the order. And then at some point you need to go back to order. So it's not only the properties through which you generate the anomaly, but the way in which you might resolve it and go back to what it's understood as to be repetitive and working at a larger organizational scale. And I think for an architecture project, that presents a lot of opportunity, either for program, for experience, decisions about materiality, and many others. But these are incredibly beautiful.
Lauren, a couple things jump out at me about your project. One is the way in which the sort of new buildings begin to impinge on the gasometer, and you have that opening, that point of connection. And then you were talking about on the ground level how the the exterior landscape sort of moves through into the interior. And I think it'd be wonderful there to create a little bit of peeling or something that, again, reinstates that kind of idea of one system impinging on another and kind of beginning to enter it. And so, yeah, I would have opened that up a little bit. And then I'm also fascinated by your landscape strategy. I mean, right now, it seems to me like it's you have all the ingredients for something really amazing to happen there, where the patchiness that happens when these pieces of the textile weave begin to push through the green mat, which I guess represents grass. But I think things could get a lot weirder and a lot wilder. Like if the tree planting is also kind of one sort of grid moving through, what would happen if those really begin to sort of interface in the way your weaving studies do? So I would treat that whole landscape very much like the weaving. I mean, there is, I'm not saying completely everything becomes interwoven, but I like the fact that you have three very clear different constituents, the patchy things, the tree LAs, and then the sort of grassy field, and the way in which those begin to kind of overlap and sort of mix, I think would be really beautiful. So I would let that go a little bit more. Right now it seems very like tidy. I think that could just go a little further and get really amazing. But I love the project as well. I think, you know, the sensibility that you're bringing to it with all the color strategies, and really beautiful, exquisite.
Yeah, Lauren,
sorry, go ahead.
It's really fantastic. You've kind of taken the game board that, you know, Florencia and Jonathan and I set up, where, you know, we have this like cylindrical gasometer, right, that every project kind of had to navigate and deal with. And I love looking at the site plan because I think it's such a great intersection of, you know, the pixel and the cylinder or circular figures that you've created in the pattern, where the gasometer could almost become, you know, one of those single figures, and then everything is kind of, you know, self-referential in this loop of geometry and pixelization and color. And so I think, you know, you really played the game in a way that was really spun it in a different sense, generally from that pattern. And I really appreciate, you know, the final results.
Lauren, I just want to comment to echo some of the previous comments, but the tidiness disruption, I think I see a lot clearer when you zoom in to the elevation of it. You know, the gasometer is something that reads a little bit more rigid as a facade. I see it kind of like a QR code in a way. But then the other ones, like zooming in super close, you know, you can start to see that disruption. You know, the one at the top, a little bit, and then the one at the bottom that starts to begin to peel. And I think zooming in at a closer detail, I think really helps me understand that. You know, when the powerful image of, you know, the front of your weave and like the back of your weave, and to create moments of disruption there, I think those are extremely powerful, and I really enjoy your project.
Thank you.
Lauren, I think yours and all the other projects deal with substance, trying to produce substance, tracing back to substantialism. And to produce substance or matter, you're relying on a 2D image. And I think the patterns that you produce 2D could be then run through different translations as height maps, torsion maps, tension maps, and things like that, that give information to move it outside of the 2D, from the two-dimensionality, the surface, into something that has substance. And I think what I like about your project the most is that you're able to then produce substance in the form to create this lumpiness, kind of like this thing that is kind of like falling apart based on its own weight, and is leaning against the gasometer as a way to kind of like find its stable moment. And formally, I think that that's very, very nice. One thing perhaps that you can think about is how you incorporate physics into the 2D patterns once you start moving them, rotating them into the 3D environment, right? Mm-hmm. If you add height maps or is time-based, I work a little bit with CNC knitting machines, and it's pretty amazing the kind of control that you have on the tightness of the knitting, and kind of like how you can create the patterns and things like that. It's slightly different than weaving, but to some degree it's there. So one thing also that I think is very productive is that if your building is about this lump mass that is trying to fall in its own weight and is leaning against an existing structure, that the architecture that happens now inside of the new mass is something that is trying to kind of like hold it in place. So when I look at the section, I think there's something to say about those landscapes that are undulated, that maybe were related to the initial form. And then the slabs and the trusses that you're putting into place is the one thing that is kind of like holding it in place. It has this kind of like external apparatus by adding kind of like the conventions of architecture that is making it work as a building, where otherwise it would just be kind of like a slum substance created through maps and weavings and notations of different patterns. But overall, I think it's really good. I like the dislocation that happens a lot in between in the new tower. It almost looks like it's broken as well, kind of like some pull it apart to be able to hold it. So there's all these moments. I think from the urban scale, there's the landscape could have addressed the edges a little bit better. Something that gradients and through your patterns you can work towards the way that it approaches sidewalks and whatnot. But overall, I think the proposal is very successful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to say that I am also really, really amazed about this project. This is the first one that I think it's like really, really literal, or I don't know how to say it in English. Like, is it like the translation, the complete translation of the project? I really, really enjoy it. I thought about it like a basket of mimbre. I don't know how to say mimbre in English, but instead of looking like a fabric, like in the others, I start to looking like a basket. So I really like the 3D idea in this project. I don't know how to say it, but I hope you understand.
Straw. Mimbre straw. No?
Straw basket.
Ivan?
I thought it was
straw.
like yes. I thought it like, and like the weight of the building goes down, and you see how it goes like that. So I really like it. Really, really like it. Congratulations, Lori.
Thank you.
To Julia's point, I had a very similar thought, that you've made the project not only remind us that the loom is a digital interface, but also that it's a very material interface. And in the small studies, the paper studies, it's exactly the thing that Julia is talking about, that we understand that there's a directionality. Yes, these 4 images show that there's a directionality to the loom, that there are some it's not just a grid that goes in both directions in the same way. It's actually a starting point of these vertical striations that you have to work horizontally to begin to connect. And I would imagine that the first 3 images of the kind of moments that are unfinished can give you a lot of ideas about how to now integrate like aperture and moments that, you know, Joy is pointing out that there are moments where things get a little bit more tangled and kind of irregular. But I imagine that it might come from a material understanding of the system, not only from the kind of digital input of some of these punch cards. And so I appreciate that so much, Lauren, and thanks for kind of bringing us back to the discussion that we see also in Annie Albert's work, right, between the digital and the kind of material world. So I agree completely that there's a kind of directionality and attention to detail in your work.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Anna, for joining us. I know you're coming from reviews, and Marceline also, she's been in reviews also all day. I mean, we're Thursday, week of finals. So I think with that, we're going to maybe close with closing comments. It was great. Thank you, Lauren. She had her final COVID test yesterday, so you did great. You know, some of us died, you know, we're kind of tired, but you know, you kept your ground. So thank you. So yeah, so I think that also what is good as we close to our final comments is to see in Lauren's example. I think it's similar what we saw at the beginning, our first project in the morning with Futun, and also Madeline at the earlier is that consistency to trying to gain as much ground from those, the weaving, the paper weaving, all the or the yarn weaving, and then finding ways. I think that some comments from the last project is that, you know, sometimes the digital realm does not reach that much the qualities that you get from the analog. Yet I think that this project, its kind of qualities, the slumpness of the volumes and the qualities of the weaving allows us to see through the earlier studies onto the final project. So I think that that's really nice. Just to frame on the whole day of reviews, and thank you, you know, for all the students, for all the work that they've done, and how, you know, all of those earlier studies were represented in different ways, and in the different ways in which I would say the learnings of Annie Albert for us came through this project. So I don't know if you have any final comments or guests. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon or earlier afternoon, and for all the feedback to the students.
I just wanted to say, Florencia, thank you for the invitation and for the students for producing amazing work and allowing us to have really good conversations about how you can take these concepts and trying to produce architecture. And I think it ties back to your idea of the Bauhaus and having access for women and how you can grab a concept that it deals with the crafts and kind of like starts building into it to produce very, very sophisticated pieces of architecture. I really want to thank you again, Florence. It was an amazing experience.
Thank you, Ivan, for coming back. We miss you here.
I will echo what Ivan just said, and maybe I will add that I really enjoy seeing the work. Thank you, Florencia, for the invitation to see it and discuss it. One of the things that I would add that I very much appreciate is this willingness to be extremely experimental. It seems to me that these projects started in a place not knowing where they would end. So they're not an exercise in problem solving, but a true exploration of ideas, of techniques. And that I think is really, really well done. And the second thing is, for me, the way in which it allows us to put a lens on projects that have been part of the architecture or making disciplines for a very long time, but understanding that those projects can be updated in the context of new tools and new material. In this case, introducing computation. And what we know was the relationship between weaving and the early ideas about computation. So for me, that project takes on those lessons and mixes it with an artistic creative process and then tries to understand how it can become an agent in architecture production. I think that's a super interesting experiment to be involved with, one that now it applies to weaving, but it gives you a platform to imagine other architectures using sort of similar structures of thought and similar structures of production. So I think it's great that you were able to experiment that in the context of a guided studio. It's really, really interesting.
I think that in a semester where I think everybody went digital, I think we've been digital for a year by now. I think everybody has been forced to digital, whether willing or not. The studio, I think, brought back analog in a domestic way, which I truly liked. I mean, if usually, you know, SCIARC has been very famous always to be a school that understands the making and the physicality and produces these intricate, beautiful, giant models that are almost heroic in the making. So I think we do have that tradition. But let's say maybe we do and we make these models as last step, or maybe as a sketch model, but they're always, there's always certain tools you use to make them nowadays. No, you laser cut, you mill, you do this, you do that. And now this is like a complete craft beginning in a domestic environment, which I find refreshing to see that maybe in our home, working from home, we have different tools, but still those can be quite creative in the way of making and thinking of architecture. So maybe the thing that I liked the most was the impetus of the studio and the kind of color palettes coming from your makeup or foods that you have in the house or other things that maybe we understand as being domestic today is our things, our world. And yet those have a long history of craft. And I think they should not be overlooked as void of conceptual rigor. The conceptual rigor comes actually when the architect comes in the house and say, this is actually how I'm going to look at those. And you apply a certain set of framework to it. And so I think that is interesting that this distinction, which is between art and craft, that has been placed in a favorable light in terms of intellectual rigor on art, I think gets subverted the first moment you understand that actually that rigor can be applied to craft as well. And those choices that you make are maybe as less important as how you actually look at things. That is the thing that makes the distinction between valuable and meaningful from non-one that is not.
I just want to commend all the students for the excellent work. I understand the rigor and, you know, learning all these software under time constraint. And thank you, Florencia, for bringing us back to the notion of craft and the domestic nature of some of these handcrafted things. And I very much have enjoyed seeing the projects develop from midterm and seeing the final today. I think everyone just really did a wonderful job.
Thank you for coming back, Joy.
Yeah, thanks, Francia, for having me. You know, I always enjoy your studios because also they're so colorful, and I'm so non-color oriented. So it's like always awesome to participate in that. One thing that struck me was the notion of scaling something up, and how you do that, right? Like something from fabric to a building scale. And I think that to me is very interesting in the projects. There were projects that varied that in a lot of ways, and the fact that you could apply that to landscape was super interesting as well, even though it was, I think, fairly abstract, at least how that was accomplished. But I really enjoyed the work, and yes, I really agree. I think what Elena was saying and others, the idea of something made with your hands and then sharing that in this format is really, really welcome. And it shows even in small ways that can be accomplished without the need for giant 3D printed models that the school's known for, which we'll probably be getting back to in a few months, let's say. But it was really nice to see those studies.
We need the CNC weaving that Ivan is talking about. So yes.
Right.
Exactly. Congratulations, you guys. I think we certainly have our work cut out for us as your East Coast counterparts. And the work was really beautiful, and I was glad to see it today.
Thank you, Florencia, for inviting me again. I am very happy to be here again. You can hear my Mexican background and see it. But
we're coming over.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're coming over. We have to come for drinks over there.
You should. I'm hot here. Okay, so Madeleine, congratulations for your work. Wayne, see you and Lauren also. I was very impressed by everything that you did. I would love to see the previous guys, because the images that you show us look amazing. Every time it's also, I always like to go to Los Angeles and see what you are doing. This is my first time in Zoom with a review, and it's difficult and strange, but I really, really enjoy it. So thank you, and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Julia. Excellent. Oh, yes.
I just wanted also to say thank you and to say, John, you know, exactly that everything has kind of color and attention to detail and materiality, but we all got the memo, we're all wearing black. Like we never actually changed as architects. Somehow nobody's wearing a woven sweater today. So I think that kind of scalar shift, and to think of it at the scale of the building, is like a really kind of technical, but also aesthetic appeal. And that's fantastic. So thank you very much to the students. Congratulations. It's been a tough year. So beautiful work.
Thank you, Anna, so much. And yes, no, Julia has the color in her background and, you know, in herself. So, you know, we are covered with that. Great. So, you know, so again, I agree with Anna. I think this has been a challenging year. We're closing our second semester. And as Elena said, you know, like, I think that the fact that we can find potential even working from home, and that the students can do such amazing work with what's at hand, what we can get on Amazon, you know, things like that, shows how creativity thrives in any circumstance. And the students demonstrate that. And of course, we have Jonathan to thank. He does these amazing scripts, and he helped us bridging those homemade stuff with more advanced imagery and animations and scripts and so on. So thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks for so much for having me as your TA, Florence. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, great work. So thank you, everybody, and enjoy your summers. Those of you that are entering thesis, good luck, and we'll meet for coffee, Zoom coffee next week. Thank you, everybody.